Meeting minutes, June 27, 2025. Any corrections or additions? May I have a motion to approve? Second. Thank you. Motion approved. All in favor? Any opposed to the motion? It's too cold to oppose to the motion, right? Okay, thank you. Meeting minutes of September 26, 2025 meeting. Any corrections or additions? May I have a motion to approve? Second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. Thank you. Public comment on the agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one? Okay, no one's too cold for that too. Is there, there being none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Our illustrious and wonderful director.
I've lost my voice today. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for serving. And getting towards the end of the year, we are very grateful for your participation. And I think that's about all I can say. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, there are no action items for this meeting. Presentation. SEDS data and research proposal update and air zone transportation. Oh, I'm sorry, introduction, Grace Gallucci, presenter, and Molly Schnoke.
Ronnie, I think you're going to have to take this on your own.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. This is the CSU data and research proposal update. At our last meeting, we presented information, as myself and Molly Schnook with the Cleveland State University Center of Economic Development and Research, presented an overview of the data proposal that we're looking at doing together, NOACA and CSU, regarding the SEDS update and maintenance of the SEDS with the data collection that we're looking at getting together. This is the reading off of our introduction here, the opportunities for stakeholders. This data is data-driven decision-making to guide strategic business decisions, and it results in informed, objective, and effective choices. To promote community collaboration through regional projects. If you recall that we have, every year we do annual focus areas, and that promotion and collaboration through regional projects is one of our focus areas, which the data will address. Again, it also creates a centralized repository for all information, another EDS focus area. And the stakeholder data collaboration is a commitment to economic growth. Presents data-backed evidence to exhibit regional assets to effectively compete for private and public funding. And objective of this partnership is to the implementation and maintenance of our SEDS and performance measures and promotion and implementation of the subcommittee policies. Again, there's no action requested in this particular item. Is for information and discussion. The previous action was we kind of presented the information, but there's really no previous action. Regarding our comprehensive economic development strategy, our SEDS, the data partnership will demonstrate the region's potential to secure private and public funding. That's key to project implementation. And if you recall, earlier this year, Governor DeWine issued a challenge to Northeast Ohio. He wanted us to up our focus in economic development, and we have to do this in a collaborative way. One of the things that I've noticed since I've been here in the last 3 years that we have a lot of projects, individual projects going on, and the focus of the SEDS and also of this subcommittee is to collaborate that information in order for us to move forward in an effort to not only implement and maintain our SEDS, but also secure economic development status, district status. And I'll go into that later in our meeting today. The data will also allow stakeholders to monitor the effectiveness of performance measures. It's going to meet projected outcomes, make timely data-informed adjustments. So when you have that data, you're going to be able to kind of make your adjustments as to the projects that you're looking at trying to go after or seek, and the funding. And it also enable proactive decisions to seize opportunities and mitigate risks. Again, our 17 key topic areas that was identified in the SEDS, the ones that are highlighted in blue are the ones that we initially looked at and approved as a subcommittee. It doesn't necessarily mean that the other 10 are not important, but they are. Some of these are actual clusters of industries, and some are themes that intertwine with the clusters, the industries itself. Now, earlier, you know that the government, federal government, had a shutdown, and they're up and running again. And we've been in contact with the Economic Development Administration and also our regional contact. The EDA has an evaluation or propose a new investment priorities that they actually have online. Now I've kind of listed them here. These are their evaluation of the project applications. The applications, as they come in, needs to align with the EDA's investment priorities, and I'll go into that in a few minutes. They need to effectively address creation and retention of high-quality jobs. And in the scope of work in these projects, applications that are being submitted, there has to be public and private investment, capacity to promptly begin the project, for example, having shovel-ready projects. The funds need to be used effectively and quickly. And the description of the specific measures needs to be measurable for the project results that are coming out of the project. Now, the type of economic development planning and implementation projects that they're looking for is the first was the critical infrastructure. And these are public facilities, public infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, and telecommunications infrastructure. The next type of project is workforce, support job skills training to meet project hiring needs, such as well-paying jobs, and promote labor force participation. If you recall, we mentioned at a previous meeting that the federal government is pretty much laser focused on private investment, private and public investment, and job creation. And these are some of the key topic areas that we've addressed in our sets and that we would need to move forward with. Next set of type of projects is innovation and entrepreneurship that EDA is looking for. They need to support related infrastructure, promote business development and lending, or new technologies creating future high-skill, well-paying jobs. Economic recovery resilience is what they're also looking at. Assist areas to recover from short and long-term economic conditions such as industry contractions where businesses go out of business or being contracted or getting smaller, and natural disasters. Manufacturing is big. They're looking for job creation, business expansion, technology and capital upgrades, productivity, growth, domestic competitiveness and growth with regard to suppliers, innovative products, and technologies. Manufacturing is real big with this current administration. And one of the things I've mentioned before is the creation of incentives, or getting back to the point of we want to educate and work with our universities and even our high schools and our two-year colleges, junior colleges, and in order to bring about those type of manufacturing type jobs. The muscle class is one of the things they're very interested in. These are the type of jobs that the electricians or carpentries and things of that nature. They're really big on this type of thing. Now, if you recall, as we gone through the process of looking at our beginning in our economic development and our initial performance measures, those 17 key topic areas, the graph that you see on the screen is what we presented and what we started out with. These are the 8 ones that we have identified, or 7 or 8. We added access to broadband. And what you see highlighted in each of the categories as we move from what we began with was our initial performance measures. The Economic Development Administration requested additional information for us as far as our EDD status the application that we presented or gave to them back in January of 2024. One of the key items that they were looking for was industry clusters existing across counties, our 5-county region. And anything that you see highlighted is the ones that what we've started with and what they've kind of gotten to the point of looking at. Those that are in yellow kind of go all the way through to the next category, are the ones that when we started our initiation with the Center for Economic Development at CSU. Molly's going to speak of these in a few minutes. The 4 leading industry-focused strategic priorities of the sets that we're looking at is industry themes, that are intertwined throughout the industry clusters. And the manufacturing, healthcare, tourism, and aerospace are the clusters that we're looking at. And those themes are workforce, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And what we've kind of moved toward from the beginning to what we are looking at and how these things work with the current administration, I think we're on a good level of getting this information out. Again, NOACA will partner with CSU Center of Economic Development Research to provide data and information and to inform stakeholders, guide local policy, strengthen the understanding and economic conditions, and guide strategic decision-making across the SED's priority areas. And at this point, I'll kind of turn it over to Molly, and she's going to give a little bit more about the type of information that we're looking at gathering through those 4 leading industry-focused strategic areas of our SEDs, which deals with manufacturing, healthcare, tourism, and aerospace, and how workforce and entrepreneurship and innovation intertwine within those. Yeah.
Oh, you want to do this again? It doesn't have to be up and running if you don't. So for the folks who were here in the last meeting, you may recall we took a look at this mapping tool that we have online and publicly available at the center as a sort of foundational basis or example from which we could build the SEDS data collection and reporting off of. As Ronnie had said, in further discussions after last committee meeting, we really wanted to begin to disentangle kind of these themes that undergird an economy versus the industries in which they impact or operate. So workforce, entrepreneurship, those are threaded through whether you're looking at manufacturing or you're looking at the healthcare industry or aerospace, right? Whatever the industry theme in SEDS is. And I think that framing it that way for us may begin to help us think through exactly under those industry themes what we need to be looking at for a healthy, growing, expanding economy to show to EDA and reporting back in SEDS versus those as standalone or siloed areas that we look at, right? So as an example, again, what do we have on the next slide? Is it, that's just this? Okay, so I may actually link to that. Is it going to, you guys don't see what's coming up on mine. Oh, okay. So I guess we're going to get some help here. So if we think about, let's just take an example of healthcare as our industry theme for SEDS and what that might look like in terms of data and reporting, right? So outside of the broad socioeconomic, that demographic data, trend data within the region that we want to look at, which is population breakdowns by county or area within the Cleveland MSA, what we would be looking for in like an area like healthcare would be employment and occupations. So we could look at the healthcare industry across the Cleveland MSA, and we could report out, again, this is an example in the mapping tool, and it takes a second to load. We can report out by geography what occupations are in the healthcare industry in Northeast Ohio, average wages, and total number of firms across Cleveland's MSA. We can look at change in occupation. So growth, we can look at growth or decline of wages in a particular industry and all of the occupations that undergird that industry across our region. And so those are the types of things now that I think this administration and through EDA is looking to see, right? And getting a bit more detail in not just project data, but a baseline for the region on where we are so that they can also gauge what growth looks like. And this would be true for any of the industries we are looking at. Again, in workforce, we could be looking at through our partners here on the Economic Development Subcommittee. We can be engaging with those in the workforce ecosystem to report out enrollments, program expectations and impact, right? How many people do you have currently enrolled in, let's say, in Ronnie's words, right, the muscle class, like a welding program, but we could look at that across the region, right? We can look at tech cred. We can look at other programs across our region like Tri-C and Lorain Community College, right, and Lakeland, and the number of associate's degrees that they're producing in certain areas. Whatever this committee decides, we want to zero in on as it relates to the priority industries that our region has now told EDA that we are committed to driving. So that's really a basic overview of that. And again, just for folks who weren't here at the last meeting, this is a, we can just use Pacific as an example since it seems to be easy and up here. Let's go back to Midwest. So we looked at this data tool that the center had put together a couple of years ago. Now this examines community conditions. So it looks at housing, right, home ownership. It looks at population dynamics, but it's at the census tract level, and it comprises or used in our factor analysis 106 variables that we arrived at this. So, but you can see the entire region is represented. The intent behind the monitoring and tracking for SEDS is that we would reproduce something similar to this based on the data and exact variables that this committee decides on and this committee approves that we tell EDA we are going to report on. And, we can go in then, we would be able to look at population dynamics in those particular census tracts, and then reporting out in sort of a dashboard format the broad industry categories. We hope that this will also help those in the Economic Development Subcommittee who are participating in this, as well as community partners, utilize this data for putting together their proposals to federal agencies around projects, that it could be used to help even undergird proposals or project-related activity to the state and funding that they have, maybe even through like a Jobs Ohio, or if you're doing some sort of funding package for a project where it's state, federal, local dollars, that we are able to show hyper-local impact, so again, at the census tract level, and then some of this data will be reported at the county level. Any questions on what we are aiming to do, what we intend to do, and the hope behind this approach?
I'm John Gall from Lorraine County. I just wonder what the time, time is going to take for the release of this, so we all have access. I mean, I know 3 months ago we talked about it's going to take some time to put it all together. You got a lot of data spots to pull from.
Right.
So about what time frame are we still looking at? Because we asked to move as swiftly as possible on this.
Right. So it is difficult to give an exact time frame for the committee, and here's partly why. So there is a set of publicly available data that we can pull from and begin to work on once the contract is approved and we know we're going forward. Some of the data that's been outlined for collection that I don't know we've gotten final decisions on encompasses administrative data or information that is held by certain regional partners. And so getting access to that, I can't exactly attest to right now in front of the committee with a commitment in time of what that will take to get. So it may be that initially it is just the public information of which you can see, right? There's significant amount. This, the 106 variables that we collected for this are national and at the census tract level. So that's a good starting point, right? That's pretty robust already. But again, that depends ultimately on what the committee determines we are collecting. And I don't believe we have a final approved set of variables, which is what we're getting at today. And then that will help determine the time frame. The committee will have access to that. You asked about who will have access. So initially that will be the Economic Development Subcommittee and then NOACA itself. And then the committee will determine what is publicly available.
Yes, we're in the process now of finalizing the contract with CSU. The other part of that, though, is that the private data. And we've asked for information from some of our stakeholders. And hopefully with what we're doing here with regards to the partnership and also reaching out again to some of our stakeholders, that we'll be able to, properly obtain the data that we need at that point in time. So hopefully, we're going to begin that as soon as possible. Hopefully by our next meeting in March, that we'll have sufficient data in order to kind of allow not only the committee stakeholders, but stakeholders in the region to be able to access that information.
Another question would be, once the contract's approved, will the rollout, or can the contract include that the rollout will be things like, a Group A, a Group B, a Group C, each one having more parts added at those levels?
The contract certainly can be structured in that way, and we can lay out the data we currently have access to and what's readily available. I think that again goes to what Ronnie was just saying, which is the committee formally approving all of the data variables that we want to see in this and are committed to getting, so that we then can determine what that rollout might look like based on what data we want to collect right now. So at the point we are today, it's sort of still at the universe of all of the variables that have been under consideration. And the hope is that today we begin to narrow that down and actually decide on formally what those are, so that we can create that plan and understand who we need to go to, how long that might take, and what that might look like.
So I have
Yeah.
I have a question.
Well,
What's the status of the contract? Is it close to being executed, and is it fully funded?
It's fully funded, and it's up to $50,000 for the year, for a year, with the option of renewables for future years. We're now in the midst of, our legal team has actually looked at it, and we're reviewing that now, and we will be passing it on to CSU to make sure that it's finalized and they are in agreement with what's being stated in it. And that is hopefully will occurring, by next week, is that it'll be in CSU's hands, and within, say, a week or so, we can, hopefully it'll be finalized and we can move on. The thing is with the data and the things that we have now is that since we know we have an idea as to what the administration is looking for, those 4 areas that we're looking at: workforce, entrepreneurship, and innovation, and healthcare. And also the other areas that are intertwined with that, that's our starting point that we're looking at. Like I said, that we still have 17 key topic areas, but if the group is in agreement, that's what we can move forward, because that's what the administration is looking for as far as the data. But we're also gathering data for the other topics too, because EDA is not the only source of funding for what we would be looking for. But that needs to be our starting point, and hopefully, everyone at this table would be in agreement with that.
Thank you. Dave Greenspan, Lorraine County.
No, I can't hear you.
Real close. Real close? That's good. So Dave Greenspan, Lorraine County. Just curious, obviously this is going to be prospective, but are you getting any retrospective data so we can track trends and look at how things are emerging?
So for some of the census data, and it depends on what geography we're looking at, so census tract versus county. Since the last census, census tracts have been added. So as an example, in 2019 or 2019, there were about 66,000 census tracts across the country. There are now 88,000. So we would have to be able to do a crosswalk and identify those geographies. If it's collected at the county level, right, that's county borders haven't changed. Much easier. So in going back, right? And that's understanding that you could be looking at 2010 data and different census tracts and 2020 data and different census tracts. So that will depend. The idea is that at minimum, we will go back to 2020 and looking forward 5 years. I think it's just continually important to remember that there were anomalies in our economy with the pandemic. And so what trends you want to pick up, how far back you want to go, I think that's also for this committee to decide. We can talk about what that would look like, but ultimately, I think it's not singularly CSU to determine how far back the entirety of our region thinks it's valuable to go back and utilize this data, right? It needs to be representative of everybody's voice and what everybody finds valuable. But at minimum, 2020.
Any other questions?
I was just going to say, is there anything that we can talk about at this subcommittee right now today that can help advance you to bring closure to the contract? If you need decisions.
I think we're pretty much in agreement as to what the type of data that we're looking at and what we need to get from it. It's just certain things that we need to kind of just finalize, as far as the renewal of contracts and just some of the language that's been mentioned from our legal team that I have to kind of review. And of course, Grace, I'll go over it with you, and then we'll pass that on. But we're pretty much set as to the type of information that we're looking at and at least the data sets that we're starting out with. And like I said, the stuff that we've presented and the type of data that we're looking at is not the end all be all. I mean, there's every area, every county may request additional information that we can possibly extract from the type of measures that, we've initially had. We can, broaden that or even, curtail certain items. So, but as far as the contract, I think we just have to finalize a couple of things, and we should, hopefully have that done within the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, guess we'll move on to the next agenda item. Aerozone Transportation and Economic Development Initiative. Introduction.
I'm gonna try. So today we want to give you a preview of the work that we are doing on the Aerozone Teddy. Teddy is Transportation for Economic Development Initiative. It is a pilot program that we have begun, and the contract is a pretty robust contract to do some work around the airport and the Aerozone area. And it is something that is very important to the region. And I will go ahead and allow them to go through the presentation. But we've got the consultants here today to talk to us about it.
Yes, the Arizona Teddy project is an 18-month contract with American Structure Point, our consultant, in the amount of not to exceed $414,748. It was started in April of this year through the RFP process. It seeks to address barriers and provide a roadmap for an innovative and thriving employment hub. American Structure Point will conduct research to evaluate environmental conditions, redevelopment opportunities, gaps in infrastructure, limiting additional investment and opportunity. The project seeks to provide an actionable roadmap linking land use and transportation to bring about regional economic development. There's no action requested, and this item is for information and discussion.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Peck, and I am the Deputy Project Manager for the Aerozone Teddy. So this is just our our organizational chart for the project. Our project manager, Phil Roth, could not make it here today. Angie Schmidt, our public engagement specialist, is here, and so is Willow Gorman, who is a community outreach specialist. So this presentation is really just an informational one. It is to give you information about what we are doing as a part of this study. So this is just a little outline of what we're going to talk about today. Oops, I went backwards. Okay, the Aerozone is the 50 square miles centered on the Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. So this gray area on the map in front of you shows the area that we are discussing as the Aerozone. So why are we doing this study? The key assets in the area, NASA, the IX Center, the airport, they are not fully connected right now with transportation infrastructure. And when I say transportation infrastructure, I'm talking not only about roads and highways, also talking about pedestrian pathways, cycling infrastructure, transit options. So everything that is encompassed in what I'm saying transportation infrastructure. So we have a mix of aging and emerging districts, and there is fragmented land use. And when I say that, I mean there are not incorporated land uses. You know, when you're at a job and you've got a half-hour lunch, you need to be able to quickly move between your employment and the place you're getting food and get back. So the land use right now throughout the Aerozone area is not super conducive to that type of use. So we've got older urban areas that are becoming more isolated as time goes on. And this leads to a lot of missed opportunities with coordination and investment. So we need to reduce the silos that have been created really over time in this area, create an ecosystem where infrastructure, land use, workforce, and innovation all reinforce each other. So what is the Teddy? What will we deliver? So the Teddy is a structured collaborative process that identifies challenges and defines solutions. So we're going to bring together stakeholders throughout the region and work. They often work in parallel, but not together. So we're going to get them to work together. That's part of our process. Public engagement has already started. We had a steering committee meeting on September 25th. We had our first public meeting on November 13th. We're already out there with a website and with a survey link. So we're already gathering that public information. But in order to have a starting point, we need a clear picture of existing conditions. So we've been working on gathering that. What we are going to accomplish is a district level plan that's grounded in land use and transportation, and we will coordinate that with other regional plans. So the NOACA TIP, the LRTP, and other information that we gather from communities as to what their plans are for infrastructure. So specific policies, specific projects, and partnerships that are realistic, fundable, and transformational, that is the goal of the TEDI. So this specific measurable project components include an existing conditions technical report, which is being finalized now, performance monitoring framework. So we are going to create the framework for how this will be measured. We will produce scenario and alternatives in an evaluation report. So there will be actionable items that will be created, a list of those. A final recommendation, an implementation roadmap, and then we will summarize all of the stakeholder and public input that we have received. So there is a countywide existing condition reports that was done in 2022. So we are not starting from scratch when I talk about the fact we're finalizing the existing conditions report. We are actually finalizing an addendum to this 2022 report. Anything that has changed, anything that we see as an update to what was in that report. So in that report talks about 1,100 acres available for redevelopment, and that is approximately the same. There are large tracts available for development throughout the area, and we are looking at those and considering land use options for our scenarios that we will create. So population and employment in the area is currently projected to stay the same or decline. Of course, we're hoping as a result of this TEDI and the projects that will come out of it, that will possibly change in the future. So what does success look like for this TEDI? We are creating a shared vision that reflects local priorities and regional economic opportunities. So that shared vision that we are creating with this team building and collaboration with the public and with the stakeholders, we will be creating a portfolio of projects and strategies. These aren't just ideas, they're actionable plans with roles, timelines, and implementation pathways. The performance measures I talked about earlier, we'll have those so that going forward, you can see how this is developing and how this is actually performing. With all of the public involvement and stakeholder involvement that we're doing, we're hoping that we produce a greater sense of identity and cohesion for the Aerozone. So that is just one of the impacts that the process of the TEDI will have. And in creating this portfolio of projects and strategies and in creating the performance measures to track them, we are developing a stronger alignment with state and federal funding priorities, and that'll give everyone a better shot at getting those state and federal monies that are available. So as I keep saying, we are doing a lot of public engagement. We're getting a lot of public input for the land use, for the desires of the transportation network. So this is just kind of a summary of our public engagement plan. The purpose is to ensure that all the community voices are heard and all of the community voices are incorporated into this study that we are producing. So we are using a mix of in-person and virtual tools in order to accomplish this. We're trying to meet people where they are at. So if they can come to us, great. If they can't and they feel more comfortable with an online survey, we're going to provide that opportunity as well. This timing of the engagement is aligned with the timeline of the project. There are several points along the timeline that we are getting stakeholder or public engagement. And we are trying to target a diverse list of stakeholders. The stakeholder committee that we already have, very diverse. It has the community, local leadership. It has employer leadership activity, and also has some nonprofits, metro parks, and some community workforce people on it. We're trying to keep the materials very accessible as we go forward with the public involvement, making sure that any public meetings we have are accessible by transit routes, as well as very easy to drive to. And we're trying to make sure that we are getting the information out to everyone. So it's very important that we have very wide dissemination of information in order to get all of those public voices. And any information that we gather is going to be fed back into our study and then integrated into any project decisions that are made. So speaking of meeting people where they are, we do have a website, which is www.aerozoneteddy.org. And this website has all the information for the timeline. It has information on the survey that's currently out there. It provides easy access to project updates, meeting notices, and documents. It ensures that all stakeholders and the public can see the same information, the materials that are being produced, and track the progress. It's an engagement platform as well. It has comment forms and interactive tools to help capture the community input. And it is an archive of resources that stores everything, the deliverables, the maps, and the reports for reference during and after the project. So we're hoping that it also will help us amplify our outreach, and it will help reach a broader audience. So how are we working to engage the region? Well, this is one reason why I'm here today. I'm hoping that each and every one of you on this subcommittee can help us further our reach to the public. Talk about the website, talk about the survey that I'm going to give a link to here in just a moment. The broader the public input into this study, the better this is going to reflect our community's needs, and the better it is going to feed into the decisions we make about scenarios to use, so that we can really determine which transportation infrastructure projects are going to fuel the economic development in the Aerozone the best. We are working right now on determining specific focus groups to reach out to. So in addition to the stakeholder input and the public meeting input, we also are planning to go out into the area and reach out to specific groups of people. Now, this slide was made before we really fine-tuned it. So just this week, we were talking, and we think that freight is also a very important focus group to meet with. So that is one of our new focus groups that's not necessarily reflected on this slide. Still want to meet with real estate partners, because those are the people that really drive some of the big purchases of land and the big developments going forward. Workforce partners, we want to talk to people creating workforce opportunities and really helping to train the people that are going to be working in the area. And of course, employees and employers. We need to talk to employees because we want to know how they get to work. We want to know when they're at work, what else do they want to see in the area? What type of land uses do they want to see? And then of course, employers, because they are the ones trying to attract employees to the area, and they will be able to give us a specific point of view there as to transportation infrastructure needs and land use desires for the area. Now, as I've mentioned, there is a community service survey that is active right now, and there are questions on the survey about residential and work locations, where they are right now, and how they are currently interacting with the Aerozone. And then they have questions on there about the benefits and the challenges of living or working in the Aerozone, and then desired transportation improvements. So I encourage each and every one of you, if you live, work, or play in the Aerozone, go ahead, click on that code and fill in that survey yourself, and also share that information with everyone in your life that might be impacted by the Aerozone. So please help us distribute that. So schedule, we always want to know schedule. So Q3 of 2025, we did orientation activities and project kickoff. Right now, Q4 of 2025, we're finalizing that existing conditions report, and we've started our public outreach. Q1 of 2026, we are going to be developing the initial scenarios that I was speaking about. So what the scenarios are going to do, each individual scenario, and there will be 5 of them, will discuss land use possibilities throughout the Arizona, and then based on those land uses, there will be traffic information that is developed and traffic and transportation infrastructure projects that will be developed as well to meet the transportation needs for that scenario. So that will happen for each of 5 scenarios. So in Q1, we will be initially presenting scenarios. Q2, we'll have the review of those, and then Q3, we'll have the final scenarios report. Q4 is going to be about phasing and project prioritization and next steps. So that concludes my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, so you may want to add the Cleveland Browns to your focus group. Two questions I have for you. The 1,100 acres that you referenced, 1,135 acres that you referenced, are you going to identify limitations on those properties? I can tell you from what
Regulatory type of regulation of,
yeah.
that what you're, yeah.
Because I know some of the properties that you probably identified are federally obligated areas. You have some properties that were acquired with noise abatement dollars, and those dollars have to be repaid back to the federal government. You have some properties that are in legal limbo. There are lawsuits that are currently in place. And then you have other properties that are privately owned that are not interested in doing anything with them. So if it's possible just to identify what the limitations are on those properties so people aren't wasting their time. Second question is there's a lot of discussion about closing Burke, right? And so there is going to have to be a broader discussion of where that traffic goes. And I know that, those types of operations, the concept of Burke is a reliever airport to Hopkins, which means you want to take those types of aircraft out of the very expensive airspace around Hopkins Airport and move them out. Whether they go to Lorain County, whether they go to Cuyahoga County, there are limitations there as well. And so what our focus or our keen focus is, we don't want to lose this traffic to outside the state. And I know that some of the folks are already talking about moving operations outside the state of Ohio. And maybe a discussion is how do we maximize, I don't know that Hopkins Airport will be able to accommodate all of these tenants because just the type of activity that's there and the cost of doing business at Hopkins. So that's something that you may want to add to your group. Other airports, Lorain County, Cuyahoga County, Burke, and even some of the outlier airports in some of the other counties, how that will feed into this or not.
Okay, I think your first question was about individual properties and how they're going to be incorporated into the scenarios. You mentioned the Brown Stadium. That's obviously going to be a part of one or more of the scenarios that we develop. And we have already considered that, and we are tapped into the information that is being developed as far as traffic impact studies and whatnot for that particular development. And then you spoke about noise abatement, lawsuits on land. There is right now in process a supplementary documentation that we are working on, which is regulatory in nature. And as far as those type of considerations, that will be included in that document. As far as the regulatory restrictions on particular properties, including environmental and governmental restrictions that are on properties. So that will be included in that. When I say that we're reaching out to real estate, we're reaching out to all these different stakeholders. Hopefully we will get information about those properties that you say are private and do not want any, don't plan on developing at all. The tracks that we have identified as possible development tracks are tracks that the real estate community has already identified and moving forward with. So that is all a piece of the plan as well. As far as closing Burke, if the transportation infrastructure at Hopkins will be impacted by the changes at Burke, we can incorporate that into our scenarios. But that's really going to be the extent of it, and definitely would need input from the airport as to what their capacity is to absorb that. As far as other airports and what's going to happen with other traffic at Burke, that's kind of outside the scope of this particular TEDI, because this TEDI is focusing on the 50 square miles around Cleveland Hopkins. It doesn't extend out to those other airports that you're talking about, the regional reliever airports.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you. No other questions? Okay. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Yeah, that's a bad. Okay, EDD status, presenter Ronnie Blackshear.
Sure. Just a quick update. The supplemental information that EDA requested was sent out in October. Of course, that was the time when they were on lockdown, basically. They have acknowledged receipt of that information, and hopefully we'll hear from them, in the near future. We're ready to provide any responses to that information, but I think that we've, addressed that information that they wanted, dealing with, I mentioned one of the things that they asked for is about how does the 5-county area work together as one, and how would that benefit economic development? And I mentioned that about the areas of clusters of healthcare, manufacturing, things of that nature. And those are the type of things that they're looking at for the area to grow. And so hopefully we've addressed that information and hope to get a response from them in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, hearing none.
I have a question about the Arizona Teddy, and you may have covered this. Is my mic on? Okay. You may
Just
have
get
covered
closer.
this. I may have missed this in the slides. Is the Arizona Alliance involved in the Arizona Teddy? And then what do you see as small businesses' role? What do you see as small businesses' role in the project?
In the Arizona project?
Yes.
Well, the Arizona project, I believe and I'm not a part of that, kind of supplemental. We have a project manager that actually is looking over that. I think any business, whether it's small or large or within that Arizona boundaries, is important. And so I'm sure that the TEDI and the consultant will be looking at gathering information from all key stakeholders, small or large, see how they fit into this scenario and what the type of things that they're looking for as far as growth, innovation, job creation, things of that nature. So any stakeholder, a small business within that 50-mile zone area will be contacted, and they can participate and provide the information and their needs for the study itself.
Thank you.
I can address the question about the Aerozone Alliance.
Okay.
So the Aerozone Alliance is a partner of ours in this project. They worked with us to develop the scope for the study, and they were part of the team that procured the consultants. So they are very closely involved with us.
Thank you, Grace.
Any other questions? Sure.
So this isn't a question, but to answer your question potentially is the monitoring and data tracking may have the ability to actually take a look at that, right? So in some of the state of Ohio business data that we have, we can actually see bite rate by industry, by NAICS code, and see small businesses related to aerospace within the region and employment of those small businesses, given whatever, threshold we want to look at, 500 employment or less, or, whatever, small business designation, usually that. And that could be the intent for all of the focus industries in SEDS, right? So healthcare, aerospace is in there. And we may be able to identify hotspots or, job centers related to aerospace and given by firm size kind of, right, or employment size clusters, that sort of thing. And that may come out in the examination that we do as part of the monitoring.
Also, to my knowledge, I do recall there was a small business within the Arizona Teddy study area that we gave a letter of support to with regards to the aerospace industry. And I can't think of the name of it, but I do recall that they approached us at one particular point about a year and a half ago, and we did provide a letter of support. So small businesses are definitely a part of that and are being reached out to.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Is there any old business? No old business? Any new business? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned. Next meeting, Friday, March 27th, 2026, 8:30 to 10 a.m. Tell your friends. And happy holidays. What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Any corrections or additions to the minutes? Oh, do we have two? Okay, so this is for the August 12th meeting minutes? Any corrections or additions? If not, can I have a motion to approve? So moved by John. Is there a second? Second by India. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. We also have meeting minutes from September 30th. Any corrections or additions for those minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve? So moved by John. Is there a second? Second by Annie. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That motion is approved as well. We're now going to move on to public comments. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one has signed in to speak, so we'll move on to Chair's Executive Director report. Are you able to give a report today? And if not, that's okay too.
Oh, yes, I do have a little bit of a report. So just wanted to take a moment of silence for Commissioner Regovich. He passed away last week, and he was a very important and dedicated part of this committee and our board. Thank you.
Thank you. You will surely be missed. Next on the agenda, we do have an action item. So I'd like to turn it over for the charter and membership for a presentation from Liz Barlick.
Good morning. So I just wanted to bring this back to you at your last meeting. So you adopted a charter in February, at the February 25th meeting. And at the most recent meeting, when there was discussion about how to move forward and what that would look like, I just wanted to bring this charter back in front of you to see how it might be updated accordingly. If there's nothing to update, great. If there is, we can do it and then just do a quick vote on approval. So the charter, the full charter was in your packet. This is what I just said. The full charter is in your packet. I just pulled out the three main items for you to review, which is the purpose, goals, and functions. So I have them on individual slides, so just I can read through them, or if you have any thoughts that we just want to jump into. So I'll read through these. So the purpose for the Human Resources Personnel and Organizational Development Subcommittee provides guidance to the Executive Committee in all matters related to the agency's human resources, personnel, performance management, staffing, and organizational structure and development. How do you all feel about that?
I think it sounds good. Again, keeping in mind that, you know, we're kind of a higher level or, you know, organization focusing on human resources. Certainly there's advice and guidance, but at the end of the day, the day-to-day operation of HR, HR matters, that really runs through the executive director, the HR director, and legal.
I will move on to goals. HR Personnel and Organizational Development Subcommittee seeks to maintain the agency's reputation for excellence and partnership, guide development of robust HR processes based on best practices, support staff and organizational development, facilitate a sustainable workplace culture of recognition and well-being. And these came from our internal strategic plan. These were outlined as goals in there that we then adopted for this subcommittee. Ann?
Oh, Annie has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Liz, thank you for pointing out the connection of the goals to the internal strategic plan being guiding for those. Is there a time associated with those? I'm just thinking of the cadence of a subcommittee meeting and if the goals are attached to a plan related to the organization, do those two speak to each other?
I wouldn't say there's a time limit for these goals. They were adopted as, you know, kind of like a mission for the ISP. Within there are then actions that have timelines attached to them, but these goals are meant to be the higher level.
My assumption is we're going to hear a little bit about kind of what you're working on that ties into the overarching goals of the subcommittee today.
But they are ultimately your goals, so.
Quick question, if I may, how often is it supposed to be updated? I know we're just creating it, so it's a little
It's not frequently unless the function really changes. So I know it started out with one kind of vision, and now that you've all gone through a lot of these processes and we have Lisa on board, just want to make sure it's still aligned with what you're anticipating your role in.
Okay.
But if it's good, then we don't need to change it.
Yeah, just thinking, I think when Annie's mentioning is there something it's tied to, if, let's say it was tied to a strategic plan, then when that gets updated, do we need to look at that? That's basically what I was thinking.
Yeah. Good reminder. Thank you.
Do you have any thoughts on kind of the overarching goals and how that connects throughout the organization?
I think I am interested in hearing Lisa's update and understanding the connections between these bullets and the ISP. And I'm interested specifically in whether the internal strategic plan has targets for the goals for the organization to help this subcommittee understand if their purpose is to provide guidance, just what are we working towards and when?
Do we want to come back to this item after we do the presentation?
We can.
Just to leave in 30, well, that's right.
I probably got,
I'll go to the next one.
10:40-ish. My request.
We were
would
just
be-
saying, I was just talking with Grace, we can defer to the next, this isn't an urgent item. We don't have to vote on this today.
if the group is okay, maybe just go through it and then hear the presentation if we think this is going to be just a few minutes, and then come back to it with comments.
Sure.
And then can we also email you any comments in the interim, that kind of thing?
I do think that it's important to take I'm sorry, I feel fine, but I've lost my voice. And I'm sure that's good news for some, but the connection between the internal strategic plan is important, but this subcommittee really should make sure that the goals are their goals, because they're not the exact same as the internal strategic plan. And I think there's time for us to go ahead and think about this. So yes, we can talk about it today. You can submit comments and then we can adopt it next time.
Liz, anything else to add?
I'm just going to go through those functions. for you all to take a look at, and then we can move forward. So the the subcommittee will recommend organizational development strategies, establish a human resources business function at NOACA, advise on best practices related to the performance management process, develop performance management process for the executive director. I think this is the one where some of these things you guys have accomplished. So do we just take them off or replace them? And if we can wait on that conversation if you want.
And I would add to that, this is where we start to get into timelines and, you know, are these things accomplished or not? So, yeah, I would agree that some of these things, you know, we're still working through some of these things we have done, and there should be some timelines associated with.
And I have
probably the
comments
functions.
on that as well.
Okay. Go ahead, India.
Just really quick, thanks for the development, the last bullet. So is our charge we created it, right? And then do we continually just stick around to make sure that it's refined, and if it needs to pivot, that we are here to serve as a sounding board for that? Because my question, I guess, is if we just take it off, then we could easily be back in right where we were before, given the changes in dynamic.
I think it should stay on as a maintenance item.
Ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah.
But again, to your point, we've developed the process, the actual, you know, implementation of that then goes to the executive committee. But, you know, we've developed it, and it's an ongoing process that will stay.
Yeah.
All right, well, then I will just go on to the next thing, and if we want to come back for action on any changes, we can
Yes.
do that.
Well, thank you. So that's a great lead-in to, you know, what I was going to present to you today. So I will say that from what I see here, the mission and goals of the committee, while at certain times we can pinpoint, you know, a calendar end date to certain things, these things are going to be organic because, you know, organizations change. You work and you get it to a point, and then you have to, you know, take another, you know, thumbprint and see what's going on, and you change again. So there's always change and just organic movement in organizations. So I see these as really ongoing. But let me talk to you about some of the things that I've been doing here in my first 90 days. So Monday, December 8th, will be exactly 3 months. So, and it's been a wonderful 3 months. It has been very educational for me, and it has been my pleasure to come and learn and grow here at NOACA. So thank you. So I want, so I have no previous action and no action requested today, but I just do want to discuss what's been going on for the first 3 months. So I've put together some bullet points that I want to speak around. There has been quite a lot of activity in the first 3 months that we have all been collaborating on, and I think it's been a wonderful collaboration. And so first and foremost, in that first column there, you see the first 3 months real focus. And that first bullet point really talks about relationship building and partnership. And I put that there to outline, you know, first and foremost, when you're a human resources professional and you come into an organization, you know, you really need to take a moment and really get to know the leadership, you know, the executive director and CEO, the senior leaders, and the management, and really get to know, you know, what the status is, and then what the priorities are. And I think that, you know, that has always been something that is very important to me. And I am very happy to say that in the first 3 months, I have found a really great partner in my executive director and CEO, and we have built work plans and priorities together that I think are really pertinent to what NOACA needs. And so I'm really happy to find a CEO that really, even before I really got the job, had already a feel for what the issues were and what directions we really needed to go in and what priorities we needed to take. So I am finding that we're, really meshing well in agreement on those things, the senior leaders as well as the managers. And, it's interesting too, because I always take the first couple of months to meet with each and every employee. And so I have done that, many employees several times. And that is really to get a full, 360-degree view of all of, the good and the issues and all of it of the organization. And so, and to learn and, kind of get a feel for it. So I have been really blessed to walk into an organization where everybody has been so forthcoming and candid and helpful and collaborative on all levels of the organization. So the feedback has really been helpful in helping us to form, even further strategize on the priorities. So it's been really, really helpful from that angle, and I've been really happy to receive that feedback. So that's first and foremost. I think that's, nothing else could come of it if you don't have all of those things in place. So, and then the second thing, or one of the main priorities coming in was, there was never the benefit of a full-time human resources complement here. At NOACA, there were consultants and certainly folks to reach out to, but never a full-time presence here, which I see where that really could make it very difficult. When people are trying, everybody's trying to focus on, the work of NOACA, and at the same time, maybe not having that person to go to lean on for management advice or what have you at their fingertips in the same building, so I can see where that's been a strain, and I'm happy to be here to help work on that and collaborate with them. Normally the first thing I do is come in and create I have to look at the regulatory and compliance matters. So normally I come in and I want a full census of employees and their data, including all of their data and the confidentiality of it and the HIPAA requirements and the service level needs. And it was interesting because my CEO told me even before starting, she said, the first thing you are going to need to do is do that census. And then I came in and started meeting with Lindy Burt in Administrative Services and Deb Wardell in Finance and everything. And I found that, lo and behold, actually they had just about every part that we needed. They had a great census going. They had great great personnel files going. And I have not had to spend the heavy lift that I thought I would have coming in. And that's an accomplishment, I think, that our administration really created all of that without benefit of in-house human resources. The finance function and the, administrative services function, who have so many other priorities, really got in there and did a great job. So I was very happy to see the regulatory compliance, the records, the I-9s, the absolutely everything done well. And that has saved a very heavy lift. So, so that is very good news. And then service level needs, you know, little things in the first 3 months, like a whole healthcare open enrollment, you know, because I started in September and, you know, and then we have an FSA open enrollment coming up in another week. So, you know, at the same time, we have those practical things that we have to complete while we're orienting. So, you know, then again, you know, partnering with the executive director and the senior leaders and the managers and other staff, you know, really wanted to utilize that feedback that I received in all of these, you know, getting to know you and really candid learning meetings for me. You know, it was really, you know, it was just obvious that, you know, we've had a good policy and procedure handbook in place, but it was becoming dated. It was, we haven't had again, the full-time help in the building to kind of keep up with it. And as I said, all organizations are organic and over time will change. And so therefore, the policies and procedures and the way that we do things and our work has to be organic and changeable with it. So, you know, working with senior leadership and managers and employees to update policies and procedures in that handbook. And we are just about at the end of that process. Now, that would behoove me then to tell you about what has been going on with that internal strategic plan and that group of employees who were put on that committee, that steering committee. So I always appreciate employee working groups, and I have always loved having an employee engagement committee. So right away, you know, and Grace was very supportive of it. I said, hey, you know, steering committee, I'd really like, you know, this is very important work and we need to certainly continue this and make sure that this is done. And I also wanted to expand it because engagement is not just one way, right? It's not going to be the senior leaders and, you know, or just the CEO or just HR or just the if you don't have, you know, a full employee engagement complement and they understand that, hey, being a member of this employee engagement committee not only means that we're looking at that internal strategic plan and we're forming subcommittees to make sure that that work's done and on time and well and pertinent and necessary, you know, but also that they are conduits to improve communication. So and, you know, I gave them the option. Do you want to turn into, we gave them the option. Do you want to turn into this kind of committee? And they were, yes, we do. So, you know, so we talked about the charge is that a member of the employee engagement committee, you know, you really are a conduit for the employees to seek you out to discuss, you know, how policies and procedures and things are affecting them. Bring it to the employee engagement committee so that we can discuss it there and also get the leadership and kind of what really the leadership of NOACA, the momentum of NOACA perspective, you know, so I serve as the sponsor and liaison of that committee. So we bring it and we discuss it together so that the employees, the members of that committee can understand where the needs are and the whys of why things are done and our momentum. And they can go back and help to communicate that to their employees, but they're also bringing that employee perspective to us so that we can understand. So it's a real formalization of another really great 360-degree communication channel. So we have expanded that committee by another 2 members. And we are finalizing the charter, putting the charter in place for that, and the members have terms of service and everything. And, you know, along with that communication and that representation, they will also champion initiatives such as recognition and engagement events. I always like to do at least a biannual policies and procedures handbook review with the committee, so that again, with those organic changes, we can keep up with them. And things like that. You'll hear me talk in a moment about career pathing, and they take an active role in that. They will take an active role in that program. So we're excited, and so far we're working really well together. And you know, if nothing else, it gives us another way to come to an understanding with each other. And I have already seen that benefit of the committee. So
How many members
I went-
total?
Yeah.
How many members total are on the committee?
currently we have 10.
10, okay. That's a fifth of the organization? Is
That's
that
correct.
given? Okay.
We have set, and again, you know, the members did the research. You know, the work is not just ours to do. So the members did the research, and we found that, you know, 10% of the organization is what we, you know, a kind of a best practice. So we are coming up, or we are almost complete with an application process. We currently have 2 directors that are also holding membership positions on the Employee Engagement Committee because they were on the steering committee, and that's Liz Barlick and Bev Bertleff. And we have talked with them, and we have decided that our Employee Engagement Committee will be a committee for those in levels below director, and that I will be there as the human resources person, as a liaison and a sponsor. But we do want their institutional memory, so we're giving them, we asked them to stay on for another 6 months just to help us while we form and get working. And then we will open up applications for other employees to fill those seats. Yeah. Any other questions on that? So I just, you know, wanted to bring that up during this time to say how helpful that has been when, you know, working with, you know, the executive director and senior leaders and managers on, you know, priorities, and then also tying in all that feedback. So everybody's, it kind of, you know, sews it all together very nicely and creates an understanding. So shortly, they will be reviewing our new policies and procedures handbook, which builds upon what was already in place. Doing, you know, a lot of clarification and you know, bringing current, since it had been a while since that had been reviewed, and since, you know, again, needs change from time to time. So so that's great. It was also very interesting in my first 3 months that through the feedback from all levels of staff and engagement, you know, we really have such a robust performance evaluation program. I was glad to see it. I came in just at the right time to be able to really get in on the act when it was time to finalize those the fiscal year 25 performance evaluations. And so I had good occasion to really go through those and review those robustly. And I have found that I really, the review process is quite like review processes that I've used a lot. And then the merit process and setting the merit increases. I actually, this was a first for me, and I learned a lot, and it caused me to do a lot of research. And for the first time in my career, I found that I think that the merit process here is a wonderful one. I have not been as comfortable with merit processes in other organizations that I've been in as I found here. And I believe that in the merit process that we do here, we were able to reward our employees better. And certainly those high achieving employees were very rewarded and felt rewarded. And so I was really impressed with that process, and really happy that I came in time to be a part of it. So You know, and during that process, one thing I learned, and with all the feedback that I received, is that, okay, you know, one area that we need to focus on, again, and now that we have full-time in-house, we can do this, is really the performance planning. So, and there's, you know, there's different parts of the performance planning that we have to kind of focus on and finish up on before we can, you know, really, really check that box. And so what we were hearing a lot of was kind of confusion in roles and responsibilities maybe, and how it relates back to the overall work plan. And so when it comes to performance planning, then, you know, and I really took, we were really taking the time to meet with a lot of employees and get a lot of feedback, you know, went back and saw, you know, it really starts with the job descriptions. It had been a little bit since all of the job, there were some job descriptions that were really updated very, very recently, but the majority of them were not. And we needed to make sure that they included all the information that we needed. And so we've gone through that process. Everyone here at NOACA has now gone through a process of collaborating employees and supervisors and human resources and senior leadership to rewrite all of the job descriptions. Now, currently I'm in the state of assessing those job descriptions, right? So that leads me to a full Fair Labor Standards Act review and all of that, which, you know, is going to take me at least another few weeks. I want to give myself some time. Because that is a little bit heavier of a lift, but it's a good one, and I'm learning a ton. And I am so happy with the feedback that we're already getting on this from employees of, you want to, you know, this is really cool. This really hones in on, you know, my impact here. You know, the overall work plan does talk about the projects we do, but boy, you know, this really helps me to see impact. Well, you know, and it's great because we're going to then, when we have our job descriptions fully vetted and okay, we're good with those, the next is let's do a full performance plan. Again, we have that overall work plan that states the projects and the percentages of time that employees work on, and that's been a great learning opportunity for me as well. But we do need to connect. And this was something that Grace told me about well before, you know, she was on this way well before I came, connecting it even more detailed to what the employees are spending their time doing. And so employees are really looking forward to that, and as is management and leadership, because, you know, that's just helping them to clarify and helping them to reduce redundancy maybe, and to understand better how to collaborate and things of that nature. So we're excited about that. And so as soon as the job description assessment is complete, we will be going full throttle onto our performance planning documents. Let me see if I've neglected to talk about anything. Yeah, it really just, the job descriptions I feel like have helped them to kind of clarify ownership of their jobs as well, which is making, I think, a good feel, you know, a good handle on things. So during all this then, and as a result of, you know, the surveys that NOACA had done, the employee surveys that NOACA had done, and the work with OE Strategies, the consultant, you know, there was work with management going on, work with leadership, work with senior leaders, and we've expanded that in the past. Since the beginning of November, we have begun we've begun leadership training, and what we have done is put the senior leadership together with all the managers. So it's everybody in the building who manages somebody, plus people in a principal position. They might not manage somebody, but they're certainly mentoring folks who are newer in their careers. They are certainly leading projects. They are certainly leading teams. So our senior leadership team, our managers, and our principals, we've put them together and had, you know, from different lenses, you know, put together the training and development that we needed to start with right off the bat. And so we really have been going through and visiting what is our management style and what should it be? What do we want to be here? What does the organization need right now? Again, it's organic. What it needs right now might not be what it needs in 5 years, but let's talk about what it needs right now. So, you know, partnering with Grace has been, you know, very helpful on that as well. We have identified that servant leadership, accountability management style, which is one that I have worked with a lot, is right now for NOACA. So we've been training the senior, and Grace took the opportunity to say, okay, we want to focus on not just management, we want to focus on leadership. And as she says, you know, management is inherent in leadership. So we're going to rename our senior management team to our senior leadership team, and we're going to call our managers manager leaders. So that's what we're calling ourselves, and we're really working on servant leadership, which talks all about, you know, development of staff, giving a forum for staff to do the best work, helping to remove the obstacles to the best work and collaboration and completion of that. Keeping clear lines of accountability, helping people to understand roles and responsibilities, and also learning radical candor, learning how to guide and how to give feedback so that it is meaningful and beneficial. So these are all of the things that we've been doing in November and December especially, and we're not finished yet. Our next session is next Thursday, and I think we're going to have another couple of sessions then for performance planning and moving forward. But it's been a learning process for me, and I have greatly learned a lot from everybody here. And so it's been I feel like it's been a great process, and I'm hearing from manager leaders and senior leaders that, you know, this is really helpful. Thank you. And they'll come to my office and say, let's talk about this radical candor again, because I'm not sure that I've got it. Let's do it, you know, so we're practicing.
Where did that term radical candor come from?
So it was created by a lady named Kim Scott, who has been a CEO, a leader in the private sector, mostly in Silicon Valley, for a number of years. And she learned from her best leaders. She noticed that, hey, you know, when, you know, candor and guidance only works when you really are going to be in a position of, I care about this and you, and let's be honest about things, and let's talk through them respectfully, but let's make some headway here. You know, so that's how radical candor is. And there are, you know, there are ways to do that we are learning, and ways not to do that we are learning. So it's exciting for us. Yeah, thank you.
So Lisa, you have changed the titles to senior leader, manager leader.
Well, great.
And the Grace has,
Yes.
right, but
Mhm.
through the discussion. And I really like that, because I've always believed that managers just manage things and leaders lead people.
So
And so when you lead people, as we have this organization that needs leadership, they should be titled that also. So I'm glad to hear that direction here.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. All right.
We're at 10, I just want to let
Mhm.
everyone know we're at 10:45, and at 11, I will unfortunately have to step out too.
Okay, so, and let me just, a couple of minutes, so that's what's been going on in the first 3 months. The next focus then, once that job description assessment is complete, we're gonna go really heavily into that performance planning, which will and always will include, in performance planning, it's training and development planning as well. Technical, soft skills, all of it, so that we are able to do career pathing, succession planning. So we've got a lot of things to do here leading up to, you know, by the time the first 12 months has been down of my tenure here, I would like for these things to be in place. So enhancing performance, enhancing evaluation, enhancing career pathing, succession planning, all of that, training and development. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I would like to say that Lisa has done a terrific job in the last 3 months. She has been present every minute of every day that she is here. She has been really good at building the partnerships and relationships with all of the members of the NOACA team. And Lisa is one of the hardest workers I have ever encountered in my career. She has a terrific work ethic. As you can see, for 3 months worth of work, this is a lot. So Lisa, I think, definitely has brought us what we need. She is the right HR leader at the right time.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been my pleasure.
Any questions for Lisa?
Oh, I wish Grace wouldn't have to whisper that.
But do you remember the commercials that say, if you want to capture someone's attention, whisper?
Annie, anything to add?
Thank you for that overview. It's a tremendous amount of work in 3 months, and just there's a lot of things that tie together, and
Yeah.
I appreciate how you describe that.
Thanks. I've had great partnership, yeah, it has been my pleasure here partnering with everybody. I feel like, yes, the right leaders at the right time. If I hadn't found Grace here and the senior leadership team and the managers and the staff, they've all been so collaborative. And so I've been lucky in that.
And I want to clarify, I think you're a terrific HR leader at any time, but particularly at this time, at this organization.
Yes, it is something that's much needed. I think, our initial direction, which was only 10 months ago, the things we had encountered showed that this is where we need to go. And you're the one that is essential in this role to make these things happen. And I love the 90 days. I've been in organizations, and those that have had similar or many of these things, and the organizations had none of them. And I will say, as far as being the customer, the employee, the satisfaction I had in those organizations was so much more. And as we look at that satisfaction occur, we're going to maintain, have better retention and better product from everyone, because they see themselves as a very important piece of this whole organization. And so thank you for putting these things in. We still have a ways to go. I'd love to see the evaluations at the year point and where we're going to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are you working with OE Strategies on some of this? Is that your consulting partner?
Yes, as a matter of fact, some of the feedback from the employee survey called for a 360-degree review of the senior leadership team. So currently we're going to be rolling that out within a matter of days. But yes, working with OE Strategies. I don't think I had worked with Suzanne before, but I was very familiar with her and some others at OE, and really appreciate their work. So we hit it off right away. We're all familiar, and we coordinate well together. So yeah.
How is, just curious, because, again, I keep coming back to that radical candor, because I enjoy trying to conceptualize communication throughout an organization and what that looks like. And, especially in a time, I believe we're kind of in this period of time where, and sometimes even in the public sector more so, when you provide honest feedback, people take that as a negative, or to the extreme of, I'm being harassed because you're telling me to do my job. So I'm curious how that radical candor is being accepted throughout the organization.
So one day Grace said to me, and I was glad to hear it, she said, "You're the most radically candid person I've ever met." So through the meetings with all of the staff that I have mentioned to you, they've been candid with me and I have been candid with them. In my time here, in my first 3 months here, I have already had to express to employees that I believe that your behavior is not appropriate. I believe that your performance is not where it needs to be. Let's talk about how, and while I hear you, and I think that there are generational differences about how you need to speak with folks, and we are talking about those in our training as well, I think that people come to appreciate honesty.
I agree.
And I think that managers don't learn how to deliver honesty well enough, and that's what Radical Candor helps us do.
No, very interesting.
Yeah.
I may talk to you a little bit more
Okay.
about that. So any other questions go ahead.
Lisa, what is performance planning? So leading to finalized performance planning. What does that mean really in the context of what you described?
Right. So the performance planning really starts with the OWP, the overall work plan. So the leaders here have heard me talk about the fact that I want them to flip the overall work plan. Actually, Grace, I've heard Grace and Ronnie talk about that a lot, and then I've kind of parroted, yeah, you need to flip that. You need to have your employees looking at those projects first and talking about what kind of time it's going to take them and all that, and work up to that. But the overall work plan doesn't necessarily give the space for them to really delve in and carve out what are the actual goals and objectives, and what are the metrics going to be on those goals and objectives in achieving these projects, and in what we're going to call really good work. And so the performance plan is an additional material that will help them, where they'll go through with their leaders and form the actual real goals and objectives and metrics of all of the work that they do for that year, and really, be evaluated on that, and cutting down on, subjectivity, making it very, we have metrics we're looking at, we have objectives that we're looking at for each goal. So documenting that is very important. And it ties back to also in the performance planning, it ties back. So in the performance planning, there are not just goals and metrics for the work they're going to do, but also for the training and development. And it's a really important part of that performance plan, and it is required. So every employee will have training and development, even me, So, and it could be shadowing, it could be a stretch project, it could be something that we are sending them out for, or what have you. And that will tie in then to, again, the career pathing and succession planning, but also to the greater achievement of these goals of what NOACA does.
Annie, also I'd like to say our overall work program is a good document that speaks to the outputs of the organization, and it does have milestones. It has tasks. It kind of speaks at a higher level. What has been missing, the big gap that I've been wanting to fill, is that it doesn't explicitly relate to the employee's performance plan. What are their specific contributions to the work product? And that linkage is really important. And not until Lisa has come have we really been able to get a handle on that.
That's well stated. That's exactly what it's for.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Lisa? Lisa, thank you. Appreciate all the information you've provided today. And, we are not going to go back to the charter. I was going to say legislation, but we're not going to go back to that motion today. We'll move that on to a future meeting. And I'm just going to walk through this quickly. Are there any other updates Go ahead, John.
Just with that, though, when India left, she asked that I would make sure I ask that you email the charter that is currently here to all members so they can respond. We can respond to that. Okay, just for India's sake, she said.
Perfect. You can take care of that. Grace will take care of that. Any old business? I don't think we have any old business. Any new business? I don't think we have any
I don't
new
know if this
business.
is old or new, but
Go ahead.
I do want to, in light of Lisa's presentation of her first 3 months here, I do want to acknowledge and thank the subcommittee, the HR subcommittee, for all of the guidance, the direction, and support that they've given me. I especially want to thank Mayor Costelli and Kyle Dreyfus Wells, who are on the selection committee for the HR direct, and India. I think it was
India too. Yeah.
that I want to acknowledge that it was a rigorous process. Sometimes it might have seemed like we did take a lot of time to go through, but we ended up in the right place.
Thank you. Thank you, Grace. And really this whole committee, and all the folks on the committee have been extremely helpful throughout this process. So I want to thank everyone for that. And Lisa, we're very happy to have you here because it's all going to fall on your shoulders now. Thank you. So no old or new business. So can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by John. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Annie. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
For the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And so we'll start with, as we always do in these meetings, we want to make sure that we are following, we're in compliance with Ohio's open meeting law. So in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to the Robert's Rules of Order, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. Hopefully I'll continue to do that well. And the microphones can be turned on and off during the meeting using the button on the top of them. All right. So for the meeting minutes, the first one is the Business Advisory Council. My understanding is we do not have a quorum for that. And that, if we did, it would have been during our combined council, September 26th, June 27th, 2025. Oh, there's a long list. So you guys go back until 2023. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get quorum at some point. So I don't need to take a vote for that, right? Okay. I'm going to move on to the Community Advisory Council. I believe we do have a quorum for the Community Advisory Council. So the minutes are for September 26, 2025. Are there any corrections or additions to the meeting minutes? All right. So can I have a motion to approve? Anyone?
Bashar, I'm sorry, Chair, I'll motion.
Oh, all right. And who was that?
Jose.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Jose. Is there a second? Anyone on the Community Advisory Council?
Second, Jeff Sleesman.
Thank you. All in favor? Voice vote, so aye. Any opposed? Nope. So the motion is approved. The next is the Rural Advisory Council. We do not have a quorum, so we'll move on from that one. And then also the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. We don't have a quorum on that. Okay. So we can move on to item 3 in our agenda, which is public comment on agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one? Okay. Being that there's none, we will move on to item number 4, and that is the chair's report. And so do any of the chairs have a report? So that would be the Business Advisory Council chair, the Community Advisory Council chair, which would be me, the Rural Advisory Council, or the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. So that is Valerie, myself, Timothy, and Marvin. I know Marvin's not here since I'm here in his place. What about, and Valerie's not here, is Timothy here? Okay, all right. And I do not have any additional things to report. And so with that, we can move on to the Executive Director's report, and I'm going to hand this over to you. Good afternoon. Yes, if you want to capture someone's attention, whisper, right? I have lost my voice, so I will be whispering. I feel fine, just the voice is gone. Just want to, first of all, thank you very much for serving on the Business, Rural, Community, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. The work that we do can only be done with the support of committees like yourself, councils like yourself. So thank you. We appreciate that. A couple of things. So in terms of announcements, the City of North Royalton within Memorial Park has taken on 4 direct current fast chargers, and the City of Solon has taken on 8 level 2 ports. We will be having public comment on these for part of the NEPA process, so just want to make you aware of that. And the comments are due at the end of the month. I have some very unfortunate news. Commissioner Rick Regovich, who was a Lake County Commissioner and a NOACA board member, passed away last week. So we do want to take a moment of silence. May he rest in peace. We will miss Commissioner Regovich. That is it for my items today.
Okay. So if that is the end of that report, then we can move on to the next item, which is presentation and discussion items. And that is where we have our first one is government affairs, and Bev is going to come up and do a presentation.
Sorry, always forget. Good morning to the chairwoman and members of the council. Great to see you all this morning, almost afternoon. I'll give a quick update on government affairs work here at NOACA and what's been happening at the federal and state levels. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion, and no previous action. So I'm going to start with a quick discussion on the legislative agenda for 2026. You all discussed it, or we all discussed it together at your September meeting, and I proposed some potential updates to the agenda for the coming year in light of the fact that Congress will be working over the next year to reauthorize the nation's surface transportation law. Currently, we're working under the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and that expires next September. So Congress is getting busy drafting a new surface transportation law. So a lot of our work over the coming year will be focused on influencing that law, working with other MPOs around the country. So based on what we talked about in September, we took some of those proposals to our External Affairs Committee. They basically agreed with our discussion, and so those items that we discussed were incorporated into the new legislative agenda that is still in draft form. A copy of it was in your packet, and the board will be asked to adopt this draft at next Friday's meeting. So then it will be official for 2026. So now that we have updated that, it's time to start updating another document that we create here at NOACA, the Initiatives for Action. It's a 2-sided federal and state initiatives for action that was also in your packet, I believe. This is the companion document to our legislative agenda. If our legislative agenda is sort of our high-level North Star, here's what the board believes in terms of government advocacy. The second document is our to-do list that interprets those high-level policy statements into actions that our government affairs team will be taking over the next year. So we'll be working over the next couple weeks to update this document and get it prepared for your review at your next meeting. At this point, not a whole lot of changes. I think on the federal side, we'll continue to advocate for many of the things that are on the current document: passenger rail funding, funding for our comprehensive economic development strategy, funding for environmental protection, especially around the Great Lakes, and also air and water quality in general. And we'll be advocating to bring grant dollars to Northeast Ohio and coordinating all of those different grant opportunities that open up throughout the year among our various stakeholders and communities to make sure someone from this region is applying to every one of those opportunities. So we'll continue to work on those things. I will work on creating an updated initiative that will be related to advocating for NOACA's priorities in this reauthorization bill. So if you have any thoughts on this or anything you want added or changed, feel free to speak up.
Bev, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
The first one is, given the way our federal government has maybe held back on really distributing funds across many different divisions, do you anticipate any kind of funding cuts or impacts based on that? And then the second is, as advisory councils, is there anything that we can do to help advocate and support that agenda, whether, even though I doubt any of us have the capacity to, go to DC all the time, because that's what you guys are for. But I'm sure we all represent different parts of the region, and so are there ways that we can help promote your agenda, or rather our agenda, with the folks that represent us in our kind of local communities?
Yeah, no, great questions. I'll start with the latter. So in a minute, I'm going to get into the reauthorization and what the issues are that are likely to be most debated as part of reauthorization to come up with a new surface transportation law. And there are a number of things that we are advocating for. I'll talk about those things. So I will really, NOACA would really appreciate the help of all of our members here and these advisory councils in sort of amplifying that message, getting the word out, getting your networks to spread the word about those things that are important to our region. So we'll talk about that more in a minute, but yes, that is a great point. In terms of funding, yeah, we've seen less funding opportunities or grant announcements being released in the last several months. It has slowed down a bit, but some opportunities are still being announced, and I have a slide later on. I'll show you the ones that are currently open now. So we continue to monitor those, and we have a web page I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, there's been a bit of a slowdown, but I think it's picking up a little bit again.
Thank you.
I think the new administration had to figure out, and they changed a lot of the NOFOs from previous years and added new stipulations and took some things out. So there's been a change in how those funding opportunities are being presented. So on the state side, on the initiatives for action, we'll continue to advocate at the State House for adequate transportation revenue for Ohio and making sure our region gets its equitable return on dollars paid in, dollars coming back to the region in terms of the state gas tax. Transit funding, we'll continue to be strong advocates, working with our transit agency partners. Clean air and water and brownfield funding. We worked on that in the last go-round of the state budget, and we'll continue to support additional brownfield funding. Transportation safety remains a top priority at the state level. Comprehensive maintenance of the national highway system routes in Ohio. This has long been on our wish list of, trying to get more support from the state to maintain national highway system routes that are outside of the interstate system, but inside of local communities and jurisdictions. And then finally, passenger rail improvement and expansion. This is both a federal and state priority. The feds are providing money, but the state, needs to move forward on those initiatives. So we'll talk about that in a minute as well. I will be deleting one initiative on there because, yay, we accomplished this one. It's kind of done for now, unless it comes back up. There was an initiative to protect the established processes for interstate highway interchanges. As you all remember, there was that issue with the Boston Road interchange that was put into state law that violated the normal established processes for how you develop a new interchange on the national highway system. So we were able to get that overturned with the help of a lot of other people. So that was a success this past year. So we'll take that one off for now. So I'm just going to talk for a minute about what's happening at the federal level. So the big thing this coming year, like I said, is going to be reauthorization of the nation's surface transportation law. Again, the IIJA expires in September. Congressional hearings have already been held to discuss reauthorization, and many more are scheduled and will be scheduled. We, as NOACA, submitted our priorities to the U.S. Department of Transportation, to the congressional committee leaders that have jurisdiction, and to our Northeast Ohio delegation. So we have, we've put in writing what our priorities are, and I'll talk about what those are. First of all, we want to see increased direct funding or suballocated funding to MPOs like NOACA. This helps empower local officials to make decisions about how our dollars are spent here in Northeast Ohio. Our mayors, our county officials, and others. We we're asking that maybe some discretionary funding be shifted to formula funding. As you may know, in the IIJA, they created dozens of new grant programs. It was a bit overwhelming, and it was difficult for communities to apply for all this grant funding, and they had to oftentimes hire consultants and just to figure out if they could apply and then write the applications. These were complex applications with complex sections to write. We would like to see more funding, some of that discretionary money shifted, give that money to the MPOs. We already do, we vet projects in our region. We have a long-range plan that has all kinds of great projects that our board has collectively decided to support. We think MPOs should then have the ability to use some of that funding to fund those projects that are already in our long-range plan, but for which we don't have identified funding yet. So now there are some discretionary programs we would like to see continued, like Safe Streets for All, programs like the Build, used to be called RAISE. That's a big program. The Infra Grant Program, we've been successful through that program. Some of those traditional grant programs, we're not suggesting they eliminate all of them, but it would be nice to see some of those pared down. We are suggesting that Congress find a way once and for all to stabilize the Highway Trust Fund. And we believe that should continue to be inclusive of transit funding. Some of you may have heard news reports that the administration has proposed that one way to stabilize the trust fund, which no longer pays for all of our transportation programs, by the way, it used to, and now it is subsidized through the general fund, through our general tax dollars. So our federal gas tax dollars no longer amount to sufficient funding to pay for all of our programs. So we would like to see that stabilized one way or the other. But the administration proposed one idea, which would be to take away the transit account, which is part of the Highway Trust Fund, and not give any of those gas tax dollars, or however we decide to fund it, not give any Highway Trust Fund dollars to transit. So we would strongly oppose that, and that's a message that we hope that all of you would continue to amplify. Transit's an important part of our transportation network here in Northeast Ohio. So the good news is the congressional leaders, especially Sam Graves, who chairs the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, has come out and said he does not favor that. So we're hoping that that does not happen. We also support prioritizing asset management over expansion. Let's fix it first, fix what we have before we expand our system. Also, we ask that Congress emphasize safety, sustainability, and multimodalism, all forms of multimodalism, transit, bike, pedestrian. We ask them to prioritize passenger rail increase planning funds to meet the federal requirements, and reduce the local match required for a lot of our federal transportation funding programs. That can create that 20% local match can create a real barrier for a lot of our communities trying to access federal transportation dollars. So we would like to see a local match reduced in one way or the other. So I just want to point out that NOACA's priorities really largely reflect those of a number of organizations that came together. There's an organization called the LOT Coalition, Local Officials for Transportation. It's made up of AMPO, NACO, which is the counties, NATO, which is development organizations, NARC, National Association of Regional Councils, the National League of Cities, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And that organization put out their priorities, and they really are closely aligned with what NOACA has stated. And I like this quote from their letter from November. Congress created metropolitan and regional transportation planning organizations to ensure regional coordination and accountability in federal investment. The next reauthorization should reaffirm that purpose by giving local and regional governments greater authority over the federal funds that support their responsibilities and the assets they manage. And I also wanted to point out, I don't have it on this slide, but interestingly enough, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce also sent a letter. And so for all you on the Business Advisory Council, you might be interested to know that their priorities are largely in line with NOACA's priorities. They recently put out their letter, joined with more than 20 national organizations, including labor unions, industry trade associations, other nationwide groups. And their priorities include urging action for modernizing and repairing the permitting and project delivery process, maintaining transit funding at or above current IIJA levels, and stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund. Those are just a few, but the bottom line is it seems like a lot of, organizations across the country are kind of all on the same page. So we're hoping Congress will heed that direction and move forward. So some of the big issues we're going to see with reauthorization, I've listed some of them here, and that's certainly not all of them. But the biggest issue is this bill going to be a traditional roads and bridges bill, or will it continue to, consider multimodal access to funding? Now, the House Transportation Infrastructure Chairman Graves, that I just mentioned a minute ago, he did say that this is going to be a traditional roads and bridges bill. They're talking about back to the basics. Well, as all of you know here, transportation is more than roads and bridges, and certainly in our region. So that's one of the things that we'll all need to be very vocal about. Some of the other issues are whether we have more formula funding versus discretionary grant funding, which I just discussed a minute ago, whether we will have more sub-allocated or direct money going to regions and MPOs like NOACA versus giving it all to the state DOTs. Continue support for EV infrastructure. That's going to be a big issue. A lot of members of Congress have been pushing the committees to not back away from what we've started in the IIJA, is to build out EV infrastructure across the country. Another issue that's been discussed a lot is whether there will be EV fees for drivers of EVs to pay to make up for the fact that they're not buying gasoline and paying into the Highway Trust Fund. So those are issues that will be important discussions. Safety policies, regulations over safety, roadway safety, vehicle safety, and funding for safety programs will be a big discussion. Again, solvency of the Highway Trust Fund, maintaining that mass transit account, and also flex funding for transit is another thing that will be discussed. Whether states like Ohio can flex some of their highway dollars to transit. And that's a really important ability for that the state of Ohio employs to fund some of its transit programs. And then permitting reform, trying to, speed up project delivery. Those are the big issues I think you're going to hear a lot about. The timeline is that right now, like I said, there have already been hearings held. There are staff-to-staff exchanges going on of some base text among the committees. Starting, I think, in the new year, we're going to see bills released, and then you'll have markups occurring. In the Senate, jurisdiction is spread out among 4 committees, so there'll be a lot of hearings. In early spring, we'll probably, the hope among many is that there would be some potential floor debate on the bills. The Transportation and Infrastructure Chairman, Sam Graves, is hoping for passage of a bill in the spring, far in advance of the IIJA expiration. We'll see if that happens. These bills typically require a lot of bipartisanship, so we'll see if that actually happens. But again, the IIJA does expire September 30th. If it would either have to be given a short-term extension or a new bill would have to be enacted to replace it. So in terms of our work here at NOACA, next steps is we will continue discussions at the staff level with congressional staff for our delegation from Northeast Ohio, sharing our priorities and the ELAC Coalition priorities. We hope to get to DC in winter or spring of 2026 and meet with our members on Capitol Hill. And we will be sharing these priorities with our NOACA board and stakeholders, just as I'm doing here right now, seeking to amplify our message to Congress. So we do look for all of you, your support and help with that. Just want to mention a couple of things that have happened at the federal level in terms of regulatory proposals. The administration recently came out proposing to weaken the vehicle fuel economy standards, known as the CAFE standards. So that is going into a rulemaking process. They proposed also withdrawing some prior proposals that had been put forth to require a safe system approach to road safety through design features. That's being pulled back. They've proposed narrowing and or delaying some automatic emergency braking requirements for new vehicles, cars and trucks. And they have another proposal that's been a lot in the news lately is to redefine what we call the waters of the United States. And those rules determine which bodies of water are subject to the Clean Water Act. So they are proposing to reduce the amount of bodies of water that are subject to that jurisdiction. So that is currently a proposed rule. It's open for a public comment right now, I believe. As far as the appropriations process, you've got authorization, then you've got appropriation. And on the appropriation side, as you all know, the federal government was shut down for a while because they couldn't pass the normal appropriations bills. Normally, there are 12 appropriations bills, and those are supposed to be passed by the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th. They did not pass this year, as they have not in many recent years. And they couldn't agree on a continuing resolution, which is something that just continues to fund the government at the same levels as last year. So that caused the shutdown. They eventually did agree to a CR, and that funds our government now until January 30th. So now we have a new deadline, and hopefully everyone can come to some agreement before then. We're hoping that some of those 12 appropriations bills three have already moved through, and there are 5 that may advance as part of what they call a minibus as opposed to an omnibus bill. And transportation HUD is in that minibus. So if they can reach agreement, the House and Senate Appropriations Committees have already approved their versions of the T-HUD Transportation Appropriations Bill, but they haven't reached agreement, conference those 2 bills. So hopefully that will move ahead of the January 30th deadline. Remains to be seen. Just want to talk real fast about passenger rail advocacy. This remains a big issue here at NOACA. We are considering submitting a new corridor ID application when the next notice of funding opportunity opens next year to improve our east-west service through Northeast Ohio. Again, our goal is and has been to get daytime service for Cleveland, to get east or west, west toward Chicago and beyond, and east toward either New York or DC. And those routes currently exist on Amtrak's long-distance service. We would like to see daytime service. Right now, a lot of people in Northeast Ohio would love to take Amtrak, but don't want to get there at 4 a.m. So we're continuing to work on that. We've scheduled a number of meetings recently with the Federal Railroad Administration, Amtrak, local business community leaders, advocacy groups, and even neighboring states that are interested. Pennsylvania is very interested in seeing better service across the Great Lakes, the southern shore of the Great Lakes. So that's what's happening right now. And we're also continuing to track and support the state of Ohio's and the Ohio Rail Development Commission, their next steps regarding two corridors that are currently being studied by Ohio. The state of Ohio did submit corridor ID applications previously and won funding to do some initial studies for two routes, the 3C and D, Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati, and Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit. So we are urging ORDC to move forward with those studies and move into step 2 of the corridor ID program, which involves more detailed studies to eventually bring those routes to construction, to fruition. So that's where we're at on that. Just wanted to mention there are, you asked earlier, Chairwoman, about some of the open funding opportunities. And here's just, some of these are federal, some of these are not. There's some federal, state, and even some nonprofit organizations. But these are just some of the current open funding opportunities. I won't read them, but you know, if your organizations are interested in any of these, be sure to take a look. And you can always go to our NOACA's Funding Resources webpage. It's on our website. And we keep updating that. There's a section there, so you can see it, currently available funding opportunities. You do the drop down and you'll see all the funding opportunities that are open right now. Once it closes and we're past the deadline, we take it off. And once a new one opens, we add it. So be sure to check that. It changes, you know, every week. And if you want a letter of support from NOACA for your application, there's a link where you can request that letter of support. Give us some details about what you're applying for, what your project is. And there's also a link to our IIJA strategy that is, over the last 4 years, coordinated basically who's applying for what in our region. Real quickly on the state side, we're tracking this MPO legislation that was introduced recently by Mike Dovilla from Berea and Rep. Brian Stewart from Asheville. It prevents any single county from holding a voting majority on an MPO board like NOACA. Currently, Cuyahoga County holds a very slight majority on our board. So that would present an issue. It allows the governor to redesignate a county's MPO affiliation. So a county could decide to leave one MPO and join another one, which there already is a procedure for that. So, so there's that. And then it also clarifies that MPOs may not issue policies that conflict with state or federal law, which we certainly believe is already the case. We can't do anything that's illegal. So that one, we're not sure why that one is there. And it prohibits a chief executive of an MPO for being simultaneously employed outside Ohio. So we're tracking this bill. We're working with all the other MPOs around Ohio that are also concerned and or curious about this bill. And we're working together through the Ohio Association of Regional Councils. That's our member organization throughout Ohio, to follow this and do some research. We continue to educate our State House representatives on the roles and responsibilities of MPOs especially as designated under federal law. And we're examining the interaction between federal and state laws that govern MPOs. We're odd creatures and we're created by the federal government, but there are some state laws that apply to MPOs. We have offered to meet with the bill sponsors, but have not been able to do that thus far. And we will prepare to testify at any upcoming hearings on this bill. There's just a few other state house bills that we're tracking. Again, I won't read through all these, but there are a number of bills out there that would impact communities in our region, as well as NOACA itself. So we are tracking those. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions on any of those. And that's all I have today. Happy to answer any questions or entertain any discussion.
Well, I know I have a few questions, but I've already asked one. So is there anybody else that wants to jump in? Andrew, I think I saw your name or saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I just had two quick questions. They're on different topics. So the first one is related to what % of dollars are discretionary versus formula-based that can be received currently, I guess, under the IIJA? And then if you could estimate, what would you hope to shift that percentage to? And I'm just ballparking here. I know exact numbers are not available, but just trying to ballpark what the percentage shifts are.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have an exact answer for you on that.
Yeah.
I think that the vast majority of the funding is formula funding.
Okay.
I think, discretionary funding under the law, Grace, you may have an answer on this, is probably, I'm going to say 10%. It did go up in the IIJA. So
Yeah, I think that we need to look at this two ways. One is pre-IIJA, which is more the standard, which is probably closer to what you're saying.
Mhm.
In the IIJA, I think there was, out of the $1.2 trillion, half of it was for transportation, and then half of that was for existing programs, which really were more formula-based. So it was a much bigger allocation for the discretionary, but that was unusual. This was the largest package for transportation infrastructure since the trust fund began. So I don't anticipate that it will be that big.
Okay. No, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. And then I think my second question was, can you expound a little bit on what the suggested changes to the waters of the United States would be? Like what generally are they trying to change to be not a water of the United States?
Yeah, great question. So basically what that, the issue surrounds bodies of water, streams, ponds that may not exist year-round. They may dry up in the summer and then come back in the spring when the rains fall. So what they call ephemeral waters. So that is the crux of the issue there. And go ahead. Did you?
No, I was just, yeah, no, keep going. I
No,
was just,
that's all on that. I was going to
Okay,
go back
okay.
to discretionary, but
yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah. So on the WOTUS, so yeah.
yeah, and it gets into things with industrial polluters and with on farms where there are these streams that appear in the spring, and whether or not they're subject to Clean Water Act
Mhm.
rules and regulations as opposed to even
Yeah.
though they don't exist year round.
Would that also apply to like retention or detention ponds at all, like that are, because I know in my homeowners association, very low level jurisdictional authority, we have like these like basically detention ponds that are just, they're basically for water runoff from like storms and stuff, and we just have them as like they're not really even ponds. It's just like, they're like pools, but
Right.
I know that the waters, they are ephemeral because they will change on, different things. That's probably a bit too low level to what the WOTUS changes are, anticipating. I was just asked,
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess the question would be if do they remain, bodies of water all year, or do they dry up?
they kind of dry up.
So yeah, so maybe they would not be
Okay.
covered any longer.
Okay. I'm
Uh,
just curious. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I also wanted to say, going back to the discretionary funding, even though we believe there were perhaps a few too many discretionary funding programs in the IIJA, the good thing about those grant programs was that local communities and regions like NOACA, we could access those dollars directly. So we don't want to we don't want to lose that funding for our regional projects that are important. We're just saying maybe transfer that funding to MPOs, to regional entities, to let them fund projects that are currently already identified in a long-range plan, but have not yet, found funding. So, one of the reasons I think they put all that discretionary money in there was to give locals more access to funding. And so that was a good intention. But the downside of that was these funding applications were complicated, and everyone was having to go out and hire consultants to write these applications. And we think that through the MPO process, where we've already got a long list of projects in our long-range plan, that could be a more efficient way to fund projects
Sure.
than having every community in Northeast Ohio hire a consultant to write their applications. And so we don't want to lose that money that locals have access to, but we think there's a more efficient way to distribute it,
Yeah. Okay.
if
great.
that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that's helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Does anybody else have questions? Oh, Jeff?
Just one quick question regarding the Highway Trust Fund. Is NOACA discussed at all the next position down to take if there's agreement that, okay, we need to figure out a better way to fund this or to keep this stable? And then the congressional question of like, okay, how do we do that? And what's the mechanism, whether it's a vehicle miles traveled fee or some kind of weight? Is there any priority or lean one way or the other, or?
Yeah, no, good question. We haven't taken a formal position, or our board hasn't taken a formal position. Our executive director, Grace, worked with ODOT, did a year-long study on looking at that issue at the state level of how, since the Ohio gas tax is also declining in relative value. So they took a look at that and came up with a number of options that I think they're still considering. I don't think there's been any decision made, but so we have not taken a formal position. A lot of states have done their own pilot projects, and some of those were funded in the IIJA. The IIJA provided funding for some states to do pilot studies. And I think like Oregon and Washington State, some of those other states have done pilot projects where they've let people volunteer to sign up for, okay, I'll do a vehicle miles traveled fee. You can look at my odometer at the end of the year and charge me such and such, as opposed to, and then they got their gas tax dollars refunded to them, to look at how that shakes out and to look at the fairness and the equity in doing something like that. So I think, we're still watching these pilot projects and waiting for, others who are doing the studies to tell us which is the best way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I was just wondering if at some point it's going to be, okay, what's next? And I don't know the answer either of when to be ready for it, or what position to take.
The gas tax isn't keeping up with, first of all, it hasn't been raised in like 2 decades. And then beyond that, it's, we're buying more fuel efficient cars and people are moving to EVs. So we're just not buying as much gasoline as they had predicted, I guess, at one time. So.
Okay, thanks.
So I have kind of three different nuanced questions. So I'm going to go through them and then I can repeat them. The first one is when you were discussing some of our kind of requests for at least the reauthorization of whatever we have in September 2026. And one of the things that you were advocating for was kind of reducing the local match. And I'm curious, again, nuanced question, is it that we are trying to reduce the local match, or is it possible that we could substitute local match for like leveraged funds? And I worked on quite a few of those federal applications, not in transportation, mostly in economic development. And there were, sometimes they required local match, and then other times they wanted you to identify other resources that were kind of supplementing or amplifying that project. And so I'm curious, I recognize it's nuanced, but it does make a big difference. And so I'm wondering if you're thinking about the language of leverage versus match.
So like non-monetary contributions?
It could be non-monetary or it could be monetary. So for instance, let's say our local community is already investing 10 million in some sort of neighborhood revitalization project. I'm making this up. And we're a local match for the total cost of that budget would need to be like 20 million. If you had to, like, you would have to come up with like $20 million in cash. And rather than saying, hey, what are the other investments that are happening around that project? And if we were to add them up, it's just like we have X amount of dollars that are actually going towards something that we're putting in our own money for, even if they're not, let's say, directly for that project.
Right.
And then that is part of the application. So in lieu of like match cash dollars, that you're counting the investments that support or amplify that project.
That project, yeah. No, that does make sense. And maybe we can nuance our language there a little bit and talk about, allowing communities or stakeholders to match, using leverage funds. We should talk more about if you have, if you've seen language like that would, okay, I would love to see that. That would be really helpful. That does make sense though, because I know a lot of communities put a lot of money and effort and time into initiatives, but then you can't really count that as 20% toward a grant that you're applying for.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's talk about that offline. That's great. Thank you.
The second question that I have is around kind of the east-west service where we're connecting like Detroit, Toledo, and Cleveland, and then also kind of further going north-south, Cleveland, Columbus, and into Dayton. So I'm curious about kind of like what the advocacy strategy is for that. I would imagine, like, to me, this is a talent issue. And so if you're able to, let's say, have talent that lives in Detroit that can now work in Toledo, or you have talent that is in Pittsburgh that can now come to Cleveland. And actually there's a real need for that. Carnegie Mellon is really good at producing individuals that are talented in specialized IT and engineering roles, which we are not producing that talent at the rate that we need to for the jobs that are open in our region. And so actually, like, it's more than just connectivity. It actually helps kind of expand your talent pool, particularly for occupations that require niche expertise. And so I'm curious, like, what other organizations are kind of doing this advocacy, or maybe are there some unlikely partners that, aren't necessarily connected to NPOs, but could be allies on this issue since it directly correlates to building talent pipelines.
Yeah, that is a great point. And we are definitely, in fact, we have a meeting set up next week with business leader in our community and trying to see if we can really get strong support from the business community. I think educational institutions too should be brought into this, and that's someplace I think we can we need to leverage those institutions more in our advocacy. So very good point. We have focused mostly on transportation advocates, and like I said, we really want to get our business community involved, but I think the educational point is well made, educational institutions.
Yeah, and I think one of the opportunities is that, we have certain schools that are considered like commuter schools, and usually those are universities or colleges that are very local to that community. And basically, you expand the definition of what a commuter student is if you're able to have that connectivity. And it also actually reduces costs for college students who, let's say, live in Toledo but want to go to Cleveland State and vice versa. So
No, absolutely.
there's a real argument to be made there.
Absolutely. Getting back and forth for students can be expensive and difficult, and that is one of the things that we have noted from the beginning. But I think actually getting those institutions on board supporting this would be really helpful. We did have a number of colleges and universities supporting us on our last application for corridor ID. So, we'll renew those efforts and get them back on board if we decide to apply again through this federal program. I don't know if you're all aware, Corridor ID is a program that was created in the IIJA to provide sort of seed money for entities, states or other entities that wanted to explore expanding passenger rail in their state. And it provides 100% funding for the first steps of the process, which is basically, your basic scoping studies. And then as you get into step 2, you have to provide a 10% match. So the state of Ohio, they applied for these 2 routes, 3C and D, and Cleveland to Toledo to Detroit. So it's in their hands. We're urging them to do it, to move forward on those. But it's a way that the feds decided to try to help states kind of get started and start to move forward with expanding rail access in there.
Follow on nuanced question. So is that something that comes out of the executive branch of our state government, or does our legislature have to kind of approve or vote on how we access those dollars?
So for the state-supported routes that the state of Ohio applied for, those 2 routes, they, I believe, did the initial application without any concurrence. But I believe for the next steps that would require state funding, they would have to get the concurrence of the legislature to fund the local match. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is around the last piece of legislation you emphasized, which is changes to kind of like MPO and how it's kind of constructed. It feels really targeted and kind of mean. And so I'm just curious, like, what is the likelihood, or do you have a sense of the likelihood of passage? It's also like, it's not, I mean, I've seen the legislation myself and it's not written well. Like, there's all kinds of problems with it.
Right.
And I was in the legislature for a few days, and I'm pretty sure this is not what we should be
honorable.
passing. So I'm curious, what is the likelihood of that passing?
A little unclear. I mean, we've been told that Reps Stewart and Dovilla do have a lot of sway.
They do.
And if they really want this, they might be able to get it passed. But there are a lot of concerns, and right now I think the job of MPOs around Ohio and our statewide group OARC is to raise those issues, to ask questions, and to basically talk about what MPOs do for regions. Many legislators may not, our delegation is great here in Northeast Ohio, and we meet with them as often as possible. We hold one-on-one meetings. We invite them in for, our legislature day. So, but I think maybe in other parts of the state, some legislators are not as familiar with the importance of MPOs and the role they play. So I think we really need to beef up our education efforts with the legislature.
A recommendation, figuring out a way to help activate our councils, everybody in here. So not that I'm trying to give everybody work to do, but is there ways for us to help do some advocacy? Yeah, for instance, like Rep. Davila, he's not far from here.
No.
And so are there ways that our councils can be activated to kind of speak on behalf of NOACA? So because this feels very targeted to NOACA, it's sometimes you need to have some other advocates that aren't just staff. And so I'm wondering if there's a talking points, a toolkit. Is it even possible to like maybe bring him to one of our advisory council meetings and have a chance to like brief us on this legislation, and we can talk about why it's important? Because there's one provision in there that like is an equity issue. Now, of course, we know that's not a popular word right now, but it really would make representation inequitable. So to me, it's like a constitutional issue of around representation.
Right. I mean, we generally have a tradition in this country of, proportional representation by population and one person, one vote. So, no, Cuyahoga County has, I believe, about 60% of our 5 county region's population. So if this bill became law and said that they couldn't have a majority, that would diminish, the power of people from Cuyahoga County. And there may be conflicts with federal law. So we're looking at, what the federal law says about that. And we're in the process of researching that right now. But
That's
yeah,
good to know.
but we really, we could very much use that advocacy from members of these councils. I think we should, that's a great suggestion. We could put some talking points together and maybe all of you could do some outreach for us.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you.
Grace?
We'll do that.
Yes, I was just going to say that we could do that. We'll send out an email with talking points and maybe even a form letter that you can send. I know you've all done that before for us in terms of letters of support. This is a different type of advocacy, but still very important for you to participate in.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Because I know my questions were a little long-winded. If not, then I think we can move on to our next agenda item. And we have a presentation from, so I've already moved all my pages.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that. It was a really good update. It was comprehensive, and I always learn a lot from you, Bev, so thank you. And then our next report is going to be from Ed May, and it's item 6B, and this is our project planning review for 2026.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Advisory Council. I am Ed May, and I am presenting item 6B involving project planning review for the second quarter of 2026. I just want to let you know that there are representatives here from the city, and following my presentation, they would like to address the Advisory Council, and they are available to answer any questions that you may have. So no action is being requested. This item is being presented to the Advisory Councils for information. That item being the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park. The project is included in your packets. There's a summary on pages 11 through 16 with some illustrations on pages 17 and 18. This item has been presented to the Transit Council, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, and the Safety and Operations Council for information, and to this council back in September for information. And also it's been presented to the Transportation Subcommittee and to the Planning and Programming Committee, and I'll get into that a little bit more in detail a little later. So just to remind you, the purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure that project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility and requirements placed on it by Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and ODOT. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review. It's been and continues to be reviewed by the staff. It's been presented to the Advisory Council, subcommittees, and committees. It's been circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation, and is posted on our website for public review and comment. So I'm just going to go through these improvements, which are broken down into buildable units. Again, that project summary and the illustrations are contained in your materials. These next few slides are going to just run through it very quickly. This slide shows buildable unit number 1. That's the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements involving an additional left turn lane to snow road, I-71 northbound exit ramp, and modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. And then there's buildable unit number 2 involving improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramps to Snow Road going westbound and to Engle Road going southbound. And also the addition of an I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. So this next slide lists buildable units number 3, and that's the Snow Road Ring Road connector. This would provide access for Snow Road traffic to Engle Road, modifying the bridge on Snow Road, including improvements to Snow Road from State Route 237, and then also relocating 5 Points Road. Also shown here is buildable unit number 4, realigning State Route 291 or widening and realigning about 1,300 feet of Engle Road. This slide lists the last 3 buildable units. That's buildable unit number 5, Ring Road improvements. This involves about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements, essentially creating a ring around the site and widening Ring Road from 6 to 7 lanes south of Hummel Road. And then buildable unit number 6 is a pedestrian facility and bridge. This pedestrian bridge is to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking. And also the GCRTA transit station and buildable BU number 7. A potentially new GCRTA transit station is in planning, and it's our understanding that a conceptual design is complete. There's an illustration in your materials depicting surface parking lots represented by the lettered squares A through H, and then also garage parking, and that's represented by numbered squares 1 through 8. That is the on-site parking. I just wanted to point that out in your materials. I'm just going to move on here. That totals about 12,000 to 13,000 spaces. So then moving on to this next slide. This slide depicts off-site parking and pedestrian connections. This was provided by the city. And with respect to off-site parking, this is a little hard to see. I realize that, and I'm sorry this is not in your materials. It's a little difficult, but the magenta-colored circles represent parking locations within 1/2 mile of the center of the site, which is that green square there. They've identified about 5,600 spaces of these. The green-colored circles represent parking locations within 1/2 mile to 3/4 mile of that center of the site, of which the city identified 7,369 spaces, but noting that this does not include garage spaces. Then the orange-colored circles there, if you can see them, is the parking locations within 3/4 mile to 1 mile of the center of the site, of which the city identified about 7,321 spaces. So the key on the right there indicates the business or the property owner, and then the city reports that a total number of potential off-street and on-street parking spaces available is 20,399. So I'll just move on to the next slide here, or I'm rather, so that covers the off-site parking that has been evaluated up to this point. With respect to the pedestrian connections, referring you to the key in the upper left there, the yellow dotted lines represent existing sidewalks. The green lines represent pedestrian improvements planned by the city of Brook Park. The blue lines depict sidewalk improvements included with the proposed infrastructure improvements. And then the magenta colored lines, that's, if you could see it very, very small there, down by the circled letter E, that represents the pedestrian bridge, that I referred to earlier, included in with the proposed infrastructure. And then finally, the red lines depict potential pedestrian connections being studied. You'll note there are several black circles throughout this illustration with the letters A through K. These represent various pedestrian improvements proposed by Brook Park, either to be implemented by the city or incorporated into the infrastructure project. And I just want to show you these are listed on this slide. These are primarily along Brook Park Road, Engle Road, Hummel Road, Snow Road, and 5 Points Road. So now, on the subject of intergovernmental review and consultation, we circulate correspondence through email to the local governments and/or agencies that may be impacted, interested, or affected, to provide an opportunity for them to, invite them to review and comment on a project. The table here lists the communities and agencies we've reached out to, informing them of the proposed project and inviting their review and comment on the project. So these next few slides are just actions or activities or events that have occurred over the last several months. The first being the August advisory councils, the Transit, Bicycle, Pedestrian Advisory Councils, and the Safety and Operations Council that was presented for information. And then on September 19th, the project was presented to the Transportation Subcommittee for a recommendation. The Transportation Subcommittee recommended it for planning and programming review with the condition that the results of the traffic analysis by ODOT and NOACA be included with that. In the meantime, the project was presented to this advisory council on September 26th. And then on September 30th, ODOT had completed their review of the interchange modification study and the traffic volume development memo for the interchange modification study. They provided comments to the city of Brook Park and requested the city resubmit those items addressing those comments. That is in progress. On October 10th, the project was presented to the Planning and Programming Committee for recommendation. It was there that the Planning and Programming Committee recommended the project be recommitted to the Transportation Subcommittee to allow time for staff to review and evaluate the feasibility study and the traffic study and present results and recommendations to the Transportation Subcommittee at their December 19th meeting. So then on October 25th, ODOT completed their review of the feasibility study. And they provided comments to the city and requested that the city resubmit that item addressing those comments. That also is in progress right now. And then since about October 27th, we began weekly meetings with the city of Brook Park, their consultants, ODOT and NOACA, to review and discuss various aspects of this project, including regional impacts, comparing travel times to a set of major destinations such as the airport or hospitals for the no event scenario against the event scenario during peak and off-peak periods. Also, we looked at after an event, exiting traffic analysis, and then NOACA modeling, just to name a few, and the process and the next steps. So the city of Brook Park, on October 28th, they had held a project open house to provide the public an opportunity to view project exhibits, talk with project team members, and submit comments. And I believe the city reported about 400 people. I could be wrong about that. And then on November 11th, ODOT forwarded FHWA's review comments of the city's original interchange modification study and the feasibility study to the city. And that was on top of the comments that ODOT provided to them. And then Brook Park provided responses to the Cuyahoga County Executive comments generated through intergovernmental review and consultation. And the county executive comments are contained in your materials. Also, the city of Cleveland in November and the Department of Port Control completed their review of the traffic studies. They provided comments to the city of Brook Park and Haslam Sports Stadium Development Team and provided their comments to the studies to Brook Park. And I'm not sure exactly what the status of that is. They may be able to address that. And finally, staff had participated in a site visit and field review of the project site and the proposed buildable units, and that was conducted by representatives of the city and the city's consultant. So the next steps involve that the project will again be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee at the December 19th meeting, and staff will present the results of and recommendations. Also, NOACA is going to be hosting a public meeting at the Brook Park Middle School on January 14th from 6 to 8 p.m. Again, I just want to, that's my presentation, but I do want to say that there are representatives available here to answer questions, and they would like to address the advisory councils.
Well, I know I have a question. It sounds like you've made a lot of progress since our last meeting. I'm curious about a few things, and this is coming from someone who is not an expert in transportation engineering. And so of the public comments that, or not of the public comment, of the commentary you got from the certain of very specific agencies during kind of like this intergovernmental review, what were some of their kind of like findings, or what were some themes that came out of those different groups? And the second is, it sounds like there's going to be some possible recommendations on the Brook Park development's impact on airport traffic. But I think there's quite a few, one of the concerns that I remember from the last meeting, and it's a concern that I also have, is that whatever happens in Brook Park, individuals who are using Hopkins should not have to necessarily be impacted by that. And because it's not just folks in Cleveland or folks in Cuyahoga County. I mean, it's an international airport, so I'm curious about those things.
Well, in answer to your second question, I'm going to defer to the representatives of the city and their consultant to address those in more detail. Regarding the, I believe you're asking about the intergovernmental review and consultation and what was generated out of that.
Yeah, so it was your background slide where you kind of listed like the city of Cleveland provided comments, the Port Authority provided comments, county executive. So I'm curious, what were some of the themes that came out of those comments or recommendations that you guys received from them?
I really can't cite them at the moment, so I really can't say. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh, I believe.
You may want to defer to the city of Brook Park.
Yes, we have Mr. Paul Martinchek here.
Thank you, Chairwoman Addison and Executive Director Galucci. Members of the Business, Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. As you heard, my name is Paul Martinchek. I serve as Brook Park's Commissioner of Economic Development. I do bring the well wishes and appreciation of Mayor Orcutt. It's great to see many friends and former colleagues in the room. I think those of you that have been in municipal government for a while know sometimes things pop up and you need to address them immediately. And unfortunately, that is what happened today. Otherwise, Mayor Orcutt would be standing here. I also want to recognize I do have some colleagues here. We have our Director of Public Works, Brian Byer, as well as our City Engineer, Ed Piatek, have joined me. As you heard, conversations continue to happen, and it's ongoing. And I wish to express the mayor welcomes that. We've had great dialogue. I really want to give credit to Executive Director Galucci and her staff. We have worked with them on a weekly, if not more frequently basis, to continue to tighten, continue to refine this plan, because ultimately that's going to result in the strongest plan possible. The more individuals look at it, you heard, we've had open houses. We've continued to have dialogue with residents when they come to city council meetings. We presented before TRAC. We have one coming up on January 14th at the Brook Park Elementary School. Those things are welcomed. Great dialogue with our state and federal partners, as well as with ODOT, the Haslam Sports Group. We've met recently with leadership of the airport, as well as Cuyahoga County, as well as with RTA, as well as with surrounding communities, other municipal leaders, to make sure, again, we have a strong as possible plan here, that we've looked at it from every angle, so that ultimately, if and when this does happen, it is a benefit for the community. If the mayor was here, he would say again, this is going to be a global gateway for the region. And I just, before I came today, I actually had an individual who's looking to invest in Brook Park call me, and he wants to discuss a building that for investment that now hopefully will attract much needed investment on Brook Park Road. Madam Chair, if you could repeat your two questions, I'd be happy to. And I have with me Dennis Albrecht. He is the Director of Transportation for Osborne Engineering. Hopefully between the two of us, we'll be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, so there was a slide that focused on kind of like, or gave background information on different kinds of feedback that people have been getting from.
I got it.
Yeah, so maybe not, was it that one or?
Say when.
saying what, so maybe forward one or
Okay.
two slides. Maybe one more. Nope, not that one. Unless, might have been the other one. I just know that there was feedback from different entities. So the county executive gave
Can I
feedback.
try and give an overview, maybe an overview of all the feedback we've received?
Yes, it's this slide.
Okay, this one? Okay.
And
So-
so I'm just curious, what were some of the themes that came from the input that these different entities have given? That was question number one. And then the second was kind of more of a comment that how do we ensure that we're not disrupting the business of the airport, given its international nature. And actually, I have a third that I was going to hold off on because I feel like there's other people who might have questions. And that was really on like the talent impact. And so I'm curious in terms of has there been any analysis on like jobs created? And I'm not talking about like the construction jobs that go into building this infrastructure. I mean, jobs that are going to be sustainable year round. And so I'm curious if that's been thought about or done yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me attempt to answer the middle one first. We continue to have close, a lot of dialogue with the airport to address that. How are we going to make sure, because you are 100% correct. It is an international airport, and we need to recognize that. We continue to work with Director Francis as well as his team to figure out how is it going to be signage? What is going to be needed to make sure that the airport is still able to function? So we're working through that. With regards to the first one, do you want to take the first question? General comments, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Again, Dennis Albrecht with Osborne Engineering. And just to address the general comments that we're receiving from everyone, the most predominant question is access and traffic. So it's pedestrian access. We've identified all the parking spots that we believe are available within a couple miles of the site. And then how will those patrons get from their car to the site? And that's why we've identified those pedestrian routes. And everything that is not existing, we are looking at designing that and making that a part of the project. So we want to assure safe pedestrian access, ADA accessible from all points. Other comments were some, design questions that come up. Should it be at this slope? Should it be at this angle? Is the cross slope proper? And so just standard design questions that come up. Also questions about traffic, level of service, like you mentioned about the airport. As Mr. Martinchek mentioned, we are working very closely with Hopkins Airport and their consultants, working with their master plan as they develop their master plan and new access to the airport. We're incorporating that into our study. They're incorporating our numbers into their study. So it's all a very collaborative effort. And we are in the process of updating the feasibility study and the interchange modification studies based on the comments we've received. All feedback from ODOT and NOACA staff are very positive that we're all working and moving in the same direction and that we're going to achieve a favorable outcome.
And then, Madam Chair, I think your third question was, has like an economic impact study been done?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, but I think I look forward to the opportunity, to the potential of what this would bring by having this amount of investment in the center of Cuyahoga County.
Thank you. And Andrew, it looks like yes. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, Chairwoman Addison. And thank you for the presentation. Sorry, I forgot your name, but thank you for it.
Ed?
And then thank you for the representatives from the city of Brook Park. Just a few quick, I guess, comments. So number one, I know that Chairwoman Addison mentioned the impact on the airport, and I myself will also, if I have to fly out Sunday, I'll be like, oh no, there's a game happening. So, but I do also want to point out that while there will be impacts to the existing population, as everyone is probably well aware, like we will most likely be increasing traffic to the airport from people if we build this whole center, because I know that the mayor mentioned last time, not only will we have the however many home games happen, but there could be many events. I think he was trying to say like 20, 25 events per year. So I think that while it will impact the previous population and the traffic patterns, we should expect that the airport will have potentially even more customers coming through to come to Cleveland, whereas right now people might not come to Cleveland because the stadium's a bit farther away than the airport. So that's just one thing. I know you're well aware of that. I just want to call that out.
That's an excellent reframing. Yeah, I
It's-
like that.
Well, I
Using
think
it.
it's two nuances. We just have to kind of be aware of what's going to happen to everyone like who wants to use the airport now, but then will there be increases in traffic? And then I think the second thing, and just different sort of comment. I know, and we probably talked about this last time, and I'm sure this is going through the PPR process, but I know that one of the proposed buildable units was the potential new GCRTA station for, I think it was to the tune of 40 million. I believe that there were some options that could use existing RTA stations. Like I know that there's probably one or two that are maybe a mile away. And it could be better it would be slightly more complex, but it could be just better to develop almost like a quick commuter, transit system between those commuter stations that exist, or those RTA stations that exist, and the stadium. So rather than shelling out $40 million, maybe we can use existing assets and just do kind of a little bit of a workaround. I'm just worried about, when we build a station for 40 million, like what's and there will be a lot of traffic on game days, but like, is it kind of worth it to build a whole new asset? So that's just my only thought or comment. Yeah, just wanted to share kind of those things. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, I know there's often those of us who always ask questions. Andrea, do you have your hand up? So I wanted to make sure that there's room for I'm inviting everybody to give input so if you don't feel comfortable, do raise your hand. I'm looking for you. Angie?
Okay, so these overhead, I know that this is what's traditionally used, in engineering studies, but it's difficult for me to get a sense of what some of these road widenings are going to look like, kind of at the pedestrian scale. And that's one of my concerns is just, are the roads going to be so wide that they feel unsafe to cross, or it doesn't really feel like a place? So I don't know if you have anything that shows, and if there's streetscape elements planned to make them look kind of inviting. So if you have anything like that, I'd just be curious to see it. And my second question was just, it's a lot of parking. And so I wondered if there's a lot of stormwater impacts and are you guys having to do certain things to mitigate that?
So I'll answer the first one. That's a great question. We have worked with our partners to have some of that streetscape imaging. Hopefully you'll be able to join us on January 14th. We'll be able to, put out the big maps and really dig into it. Again, January 14th, 6 to 8 at our elementary school. I think we'll be able to really show you some beautiful images. As for the second one, I'll let Dennis take it.
Yeah, thank you. Stormwater is an integral part of all of the roadway design that we do. Yes, stormwater will be addressed, will be captured, will be properly handled and treated before it reaches the local system. Other sewers, yes, connection, some right now the whole area is open flow, overland flow and ditches, and there'll still be some combination of ditches and some closed sewer systems. Did that answer all your questions, or did we miss something? Okay, thank you. Oh, you had asked about widening of roads. The vast majority of the roads are the same width as they are today. The only thing that is widened is what has been referred to as Ring Road. It's really a combination of snow and angle as it heads north, as it's State Route 91. So the Angle Road is widened a bit, right in the heaviest volume area of the stadium, from its current configuration of 5 lanes to about 7 lanes, but not overall. there's really not much widening happening. It's reconstruction, reconfiguration to get rid of the confusing roadway network of all the one-way streets and turnarounds that are out there right now, making them much more effective and easier to understand.
All right.
Thank you.
I think Lou, you have a comment, question?
Yes. Let me specify one thing. My concern is more from environment and pedestrians view. The whole project, I'm not saying we should not have new projects. But the thing is, strangely, or maybe it's because of the car culture building in this area, when you started your whole planning, it seems like everything for pedestrians became afterthought. Now, for example, the stormwater, it's not only for the environment, it's also for pedestrian and even driving safeties. We do have winter. Lots of time we do have lots of snow. No matter how you plow the snow, no matter which city does that, they will not be gone. They will just be piled up by the sidewalk, on the sidewalk. So, widen streets definitely isn't a good thing, but have you thought about all your sidewalks maintenance repairing? And how well the city can handle the snow and ice removal on the sidewalks, by the sidewalks. You still have pedestrian studies to go. Even all other studies, probably they're all done. So I would encourage you to speed up and make a thorough studies for pedestrian safety, because even you drive a car, everybody, you wake up as a pedestrian, you end the day as a pedestrian. So I wish all these things can actually get a better attention, real work on it. And if you can come back with lots of results, studies from that part, it will convince people that you do have people in mind, not just to favor certain particular interest. Doesn't matter if it's business interest or political interest. Thank you.
Those are some great points, and I just want to, so I'm very fortunate because I work with Brian Byer, who's our Director of Public Works. He thinks about snow plowing, sidewalks, sidewalk maintenance, infrastructure. I think he started his career in a plow, truck, pouring concrete in the summer. So I wish to tell you, he thinks about this, and hopefully I'm happy to connect the two of you, can have that dialogue. But please know, not only does Brian Byer think of it, Mayor Orcutt knows the value of how you make sure proper planning is how this is, or one of the ways this is going to be successful. So hopefully, if you have time, the two of you can have a direct dialogue. Okay? Anyone else?
All right. Well, I think it's Paul, Brian, and is it Dennis from Osborne? Thank you for both for coming to this meeting. I know this is a lengthy advisory council because we've got a big group here, and so appreciate you coming and staying us for as long as you did, and really providing us a lot of good information.
Happy to
So,
be here.
Thank you.
Yes, I also want to thank the city of Brook Park for moving forward with us in partnership. I think we are making a lot of progress. And the meeting on January 14th, if the council can get the word out, it's going to be a very good meeting because it will be broader than just the immediate stadium and Brook Park. We'll be looking at the entire region.
Thank you again.
All right, with that, we have one more presentation. So this is item 6C, and we'll have Joe present on the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a brief introduction, because I don't think I've ever spoken on this topic to this group before.
The CCAP, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, is essentially a menu of measures, potential actions that could be taken in our region by communities and organizations who wish to pursue them. It is a strictly voluntary set of actions. Nobody has to do anything, but the plan provides examples that communities and organizations may choose to help the region reach its greenhouse gas reduction targets, and I will talk more about those shortly. All of this work stems from $1 million that US EPA gave to our region. This is a partnership between NOACA and the city of Cleveland, because we are one of the 67 most populous metro areas, and this money was given to us back in 2023. In addition to our region, money also went to Cincinnati, Columbus, Dayton, and the state of Ohio. In addition to the planning money, there was a $129 million implementation grant to the city of Painesville, the city of Cleveland, and Cuyahoga County, one of only 25 such awards in the country and the only such award in the state of Ohio. As evidence of the good work and partnership between NOACA, the city of Cleveland, and US EPA, during our desk review in September of this year, US EPA said they applauded the work being done by our team, and they continue to be impressed by this work, as well as experiencing a pleasure in learning about the progress being made on our CCAP, our subawards, and our milestones for the grant. A bit of a deeper dive into the program itself. The Inflation Reduction Act appropriated nearly $5 billion to US EPA for climate pollution reduction efforts. And there are two phases. I've touched on both of them. The first phase, $250,000 for the planning work. Out of that, we have our $1 million to do the actual documents, the plans. Most of the money went to the implementation, and I already touched on the grant that our region received. There are 3 deliverables required for this $1 million grant. There is the Priority Climate Action Plan, which was preliminary to the CCAP. EPA approved that last March in 2024. The CCAP, we just submitted prior to Thanksgiving, so that is also now done. And there will be a status report due at the end of the award period, June of 2027. The CCAP development process, you can see all of the checks are in place because we are at the end of that process. We started when we submitted our PCAP back in March of 2024. And then through the different milestones, we developed a CCAP with our team. We brought it before the policy committee for review. We had a public engagement effort, which I'll talk about a bit later. The board approved the document September the 12th at their meeting. And like I said, we submitted the document to US EPA, who is now reviewing it just before the holiday. Key messages out of the CCAP: climate change or climate action. Climate change is happening, but climate action is already happening in the region. So this is not new work per se. This is work that's being done by the entire region for the first time. But the city of Cleveland has had a climate action plan for many years. The county has had a climate action plan for many years. The city of Oberlin has had a climate action plan. Other communities like Lakewood and Cleveland Heights have undertaken climate action. So it's not new, but it's new for the entire region to come together and do this. There are real barriers that exist to the targets that I'm going to talk about. And we need to start with leadership, vision, partnerships, and strategies across multiple sectors of the economy. The focus of the CCAP is primarily on widespread electrification, clean energy, industry transformation, and emissions removal. And it is going to be necessary for us to attract businesses to support this transition. And examples include tree nurseries, waste reduction, and reuse companies. The PCAP predated the CCAP and essentially served as a foundation for the CCAP, but they're not one-to-one. The PCAP was the initial plan centered on near-term, high-priority, implementation-ready measures, and it laid the groundwork for the application and ultimately ultimate receipt of the implementation grant for $129 million. It was not required to be comprehensive. The CCAP was. And so there are additional elements in the CCAP that were not part of the PCAP. Just to go through those elements, focus your attention on the column that has the red highlight around it. The CCAP requires a greenhouse gas inventory. We did that also for the PCAP, but we did a more recent version of the inventory for the CCAP. Emissions projections and reduction targets also required for the CCAP, along with the benefits analysis. So it's a much larger document. In addition to those, the CCAP also required a review of authority to implement, intersection with other funding availability, and workforce planning analysis. It is noteworthy that originally a low-income disadvantaged communities benefits analysis was required for the CCAP as well as the PCAP. It was done for the PCAP. We didn't have to do it for the CCAP, but we did. So it's in there. For those of you who may not have seen the greenhouse gas emissions inventory for the entire region, I'll just touch on a couple of slides that have pie charts that illustrate two main points. This first slide shows the breakdown of emissions by sector. The legend shows you the sectors ordered from the largest percentage to the smallest percentage of emissions. So transportation is our biggest source in this region, followed by energy from the residential, commercial, and industrial building sectors. Between transportation and those energy sources, 84% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Northeast Ohio. And then you can see additional emission sources in much smaller amounts. Emissions by county. The counties are ordered based on percentage, and they essentially mirror the percentage of population. So there's a very strong correlation between population and greenhouse gas emissions, which makes sense. So let's talk targets for a moment. This issue came before the NOACA board 1 year ago, and the board approved the following targets for greenhouse gas emissions in our region. A 49% reduction from 2018 emissions levels by 2030, and net zero emissions, which aligns with the federal goal by 2050. These were also, the groundwork, as I said before, was laid in the PCAP. For us to achieve these targets in our region, we need a 6.4% per year reduction through the year 2030, and then a slightly slower 5% per year reduction between 2030 and 2050. So how would we possibly get to that kind of target? Well, what I've done is given you a table here, and the leftmost column, these are the measures that we talked about in the PCAP. The CCAP measures are in the next column to the right of that. And there is a little bit different language because the CCAP, as I've already talked about, is more comprehensive and really hones in on what could be done. And we quantified the potential impact. We did modeling to understand the potential reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and by 2050 for each of these measures. And quite honestly, these measures are really more like packages of actions or suites of actions that could be taken. I don't want you to focus, you can if you want, you don't have to focus too much on the numbers in the two right columns, but these are also ordered, if you notice, from the most reduction we can expect in greenhouse gas emissions to the least reduction we can expect. So clean electricity is at the top, followed by vehicle electrification, building efficiency and electrification, and then green steel production. At the bottom, you'll see a row in gray that says total emissions reduction. And if you look at the column that's headlined by the year 2030, you can see that the anticipated reduction across all these measures is a cumulative 45.7%. Not quite 49%, but close. Headlined by the year 2050, 91.5% reduction. Not quite 100, but close. So let me help by providing a visual, and I think colors are also useful when you're trying to present a visual of a more quantitative concept. The next 3 slides, I'm going to show you a graph. And in this first slide, you'll see on the graph years along the x-axis and total emissions on the y-axis. And the gray area represents all the emissions across these years for our region. And that line at the top border of the gray area, if you will, represents the total emissions by year. And if you follow that line from left to right, you can see that it decreases fairly quickly between 2018 and 2022. That is the realized reduction in emissions that we've experienced. And then from 2022 to 2050, this is the projected reduction. If we do nothing differently, if we do nothing else than what we've done, we can expect to see a very slight gradual decline in emissions, greenhouse gas emissions for the region. Okay, remember this. Now I'm going to add some colors. What do the colors represent? Well, if you look at the bottom, and it's not the easiest to see, but you can see each of the measures I showed you in that table a couple of slides ago next to a little square, and the square has a color. And that color represents the emissions reduction accomplished by that particular measure. And if you look at the chart, you can now see each of these colors layered, almost like a cake. And what they represent, each of these wedges, if you will, these wedges of color, is the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that you can attribute to that particular measure. If you stack them up together like we've done here, it shows you the cumulative reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that we can anticipate. And so I've drawn a red arrow to the year 2030 to show that we will reach 45.7% reduction if we were to implement across the region all of the different measures that I showed in that table. And that's the same number that was in that bottom row of the table from 2 slides ago. So that's how we get to 45.7% reduction by 2030, and how we get to 91.5% reduction by the year 2050. And the thickness of those wedges illustrates how much reduction we can expect from each of the measures. So as you saw on the table, clean electricity, the orange wedge, is the most significant measure to reduce emissions. In addition to direct reduction in greenhouse gas emissions through these measures, there are what we call co-benefits. These are additional benefits that are not necessarily measured as greenhouse gas emissions reduction, but provide a benefit, a positive impact to our region because of a change in practice. So if we were to implement these measures, we could also experience improved public health from better air quality, improved water quality from reduced runoff, and that reduced runoff could limit harmful algal blooms, which are always a perpetual threat in Lake Erie. Reduced household energy costs, both for utilities and for transportation. Increased resilience to extreme weather events, and reduction in traffic crashes, along with increased physical activity. Just examples. Who has the authority to actually make these measures a reality? Well, the CCAPs are required, and ours does, are required to have a review of whether local governments within our region have this authority. The focus is on measures where local governments have existing authority, but there are other measures, and these are discussed in the report, that may require additional authority, particularly from the state. So it's not as if all of the local governments have the authority to do everything that we've talked about. We identify who has what authority to do these different things. There is also an analysis of workforce planning. The CCAP assesses key occupations where our region has workforce shortages, and we quantify that. Examples include forestry, building inspection, maintenance workers, machinists, and different categories of engineering. If we want to make these measures happen, we are going to have to address the workforce shortages that exist within these different sectors. We realize that the CCAP is a fairly dense technical document, not necessarily the most useful for people who make policy and have to make decisions about how they may want to implement the measures that we discuss. So in addition to the CCAP, we also produced an implementation playbook. This is to help communities act on these measures if they choose to do so. It identifies the measures that are most appropriate for different kinds of communities, and we leverage the typology of communities from a document that already exists for our region, the Vibrant NEO 2040 Regional Vision Framework, which we published in 2014. So you have legacy cities, you have first and second ring suburbs, you have outer ring suburbs, you have established cities and towns that are not necessarily suburban, and then you have rural townships. And the playbook talks about what might make the most sense for your community depending on your community type. So it's a helpful guide. So that's essentially what we produced. Let's talk about how we engage the public to respond to this work. And there was other engagement all over the last 2 years to get people interested and to give us information on what we need to put into the CCAP. But when we reached a point where we had a draft, we wanted the public to have the opportunity to look at it and to ask questions and to raise comments. Our public comment period was July 17th to August 31st. Interested parties could submit comments by email, online, over the phone, or they could mail them to us physically. We received 47 individual comments. We also held a virtual public meeting on August 21st. We had 87 attendees. There were an additional 21 comments and questions raised there. Anybody who wishes to view the recording, view the presentation, and listen to the recording, there is the link. Of the 47 public comments submitted outside of the August 21st event, 13 of those comments resulted in specific revisions to technical information. 34 of those comments resulted in general revisions to the document. For example, a specific revision to technical information was that we updated the CCAP to include NOPEC's opt-in program. We also updated the CCAP to minimize use of the term community choice aggregation, even though it is currently in use by other entities. That was a comment made and we addressed it. We also provided clarification, this is an example of a more general revision, about the CCAP as a menu of measures and examples for different communities to consider, local government authority to implement, and recognition that there are diverse viewpoints across the region. Not everybody supports this work. We understand that, and we acknowledge it. So what's next? The City of Cleveland and NOACA have already submitted the CCAP, the playbook, and the technical appendix. US EPA has them in review. Any of you can see them on our website, eneo2050.com/cap materials. They're all available, along with the greenhouse gas emissions inventories from both 2018 and 2022. There will be a Spanish language translation for the CCAP and the playbook. There will also be a user-friendly abridged CCAP by March 2026. We're calling that the snapshot. So this will help with those communities where there is a significant Hispanic population. We also plan to do additional educational engagement to help people understand what's in the CCAP, and there is funding in the grant available for this. And then the next major phase of this project is to look at the 4 counties outside of Cuyahoga, because Cuyahoga is getting support through its partnership with the City of Cleveland as one of our sub-awardees. So Geauga, Lake Lorraine, and Medina counties. And there is $300,000 out of the $1 million set aside to help nurture projects focused on climate action planning and engagement in those communities. And we are currently, that is NOACA is currently developing sub-award agreements with those counties. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, Andrew.
Thank you, Chairwoman Addison, and thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated all of the charts and graphs and data. Really like all that. 2 quick questions. So on the chart that showed the GHG emissions, you said that, or reductions, you said there was the biggest chunk is clean electricity. Can you define what clean electricity means specifically in totality for this segment?
So when we use the word clean, it means we are trying to take the carbon out of production or decarbonize electricity. So from trying to develop electricity from other sources that don't rely on fossil fuels, if that helps.
Okay, so this is basically the production of energy. So this would be things like nuclear power, solar,
wind.
Renewables,
Right.
I guess,
Exactly.
yeah, geothermal and yeah, other ones. But okay, because I was just trying to confirm and understand if this clean electricity related to to electrification of cars or vehicles or transport, but it
Well,
sounds
that's
like
its own measure.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. But this is just for the production of electricity. Okay, that's
Yeah,
helpful.
if you see, there are two other wedges here. The green one, which is the third down, that's light duty vehicle electrification. And then there's also a medium and heavy duty vehicle electrification. That's the maroon
Okay.
wedge. So
Yeah.
so we do address those separately.
Okay, and then I think, then going back, I think the biggest on the previous pie chart, you said that the biggest thing was, yeah, transportation. Does that include the production of energy or just the actual usage of the electricity or energy?
So remember, these are we're talking about two different data sets.
Correct,
So
yeah.
these are current greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah.
So our greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the transportation sector are 29% of the region. These are not the measures to address reduction.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just kind of interested in what's the biggest, piece, the biggest piece of each pie. But no, that makes sense. And yeah, I understand they're different data sets. So thank you. And then I think second question, that 300,000 subaward, is that total that is allowed for all 4 counties, I assume?
Yes.
And then 700,000 goes to Cuyahoga, correct?
No.
Or
No, if you want a full breakdown of the million, I can give it to you right now. So the $300,000, those are for the 4 county subaward agreements.
okay,
You have $100,000 that came directly to NOACA, 75,000 of which was to develop the PCAP.
Yep.
And 25,000 will develop the status report, which is the third deliverable of the CPRG planning grant.
yeah,
And then $600,000 went to the city of Cleveland, who then partnered with not only Cuyahoga County, but also they have a subaward agreement with Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland State University, and a couple of other research partners to develop the CCAP.
okay, great, awesome. No, thank you for that clarification, appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Angie?
Just real quickly, it's since it looks like vehicle electrification really does most of the heavy lifting within the transportation sector, which is the biggest sort of pollution source right now, and also what NOACA focuses on. I just wondered if the agency was planning to devote more effort to sort of, I know that traditionally, your planning efforts haven't been super focused on electrification, although you've started to do some of that. In light of this, is there any momentum within the organization to sort of gear up those efforts or think about how the agency can assist with that? A lot of it obviously is out of your control.
Well, and specifically, it's outside of my division. Grace, I hate to make you talk, but if she's talking about electrification of vehicles, that's within TPED. I don't know if you want to speak to what we're currently doing or not.
Be a good idea for us to plan a presentation at the next meeting, but essentially we are nearly complete with our phase 1 of the EV charging program, which will, I believe, complete about 40 locations. We then are beginning to implement the second phase, which is the CFI grant. The hearings that I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting are related to that phase 2. And so we're going through the NEPA process for those locations. And we are breaking up the second component or second phase into some subgroups. So this is the first part of that subgroup, but it might be a good idea for us to bring you more information.
All right. And I hope I have one last quick question, and then we are at time, and we don't actually have, our last presentation, so we should be able to close out really quickly. I'm curious if data centers have any impact on emissions and if they're being kind of considered in this analysis, because I think there are a few like in Northeast Ohio.
In terms of energy consumption, yes,
Okay,
because
but-
they rely upon electricity. So the quality of that electricity will certainly impact greenhouse gas emissions.
And I'm assuming like in a positive or negative way, when it comes to like us being able to reach our goals is in terms of reducing kind of greenhouse gas emissions, the influx or the growth of data centers, is that going to help or impede our ability to reach our goals?
Well, it will depend on the source of the electricity that they require. So if they're sourcing electricity from fossil fuel-based generators, that's not a good thing. If they can source from renewable generators, then that's much better.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you. Well, with that, I am gonna kind of close us out for the year, 'cause this is our last meeting of the year. The next item on our agenda is 7. Are there any reports or updates? Seeing none, is there any, number 8, is there any old business? Hearing none, is there any new business? Seeing none, then it is 1:34, and can I have a motion to adjourn this meeting? So Andrew, a second? Thank you. All in favor? Aye. So this meeting is adjourned at 1:34 or 1:35. Thank you. And our next meeting, by the way, is in 2026, March 27th, 11:30 to 1:30 at the NOACA offices. So hopefully we'll see each other before then some way, somehow, but otherwise we'll see each other in March. Thanks.